Yeah, rest in that. Enemy of my tribe, of mine, so what's happening? Government and all, y'all crossed the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche. Oh yeah, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this arrowhead. My nation, my Nietzsche, someone thorough said. Real Americans, still pure blood, we thoroughbred. I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always choose my people, you can keep that bread. Our government owe $1 trillion, you can keep that bread. It's one thing Jim Crow is showing me. I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody just like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Iron Cherokee, the Chief and Dr. G.L.E. I'm still a G like DST. You might not be as G as me. You think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all inventing shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take through asking y'all rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say it was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holy land keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't go see the new Matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory vax, but is you getting it? Fall back off my Nietzsche, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no earth war, this is galactics. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like patches. Mongoloids can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace pipe like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like us, nobody lost they right like us. Wake them up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They trying to kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody, our kids, we raised y'all anyway. What that sense is finna say, everybody ain't here to stay. Is you with us or against us, ain't no in between. I'm a non-ether being, not a human being. Fucking 1492, but all my allies what it do. Renegade got clipped for days, be careful, I advise you to. Yeah, my tribe of mine, so what's happening? Government and all, y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche. Oh yeah, my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche. I do this for my Nietzsche.
Rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and John Doe's. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? He $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. God's children, give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God of Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English potted on our homes. Tribal families turned on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we nothing's turned to something. Reincarnation of ancients, fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the coop. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. Say you wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. You stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the sauce. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master, who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God is never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a vote, huh? Like slave masters willing to let their slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the castles be. Aristocracies with your last name patented accurately. Yeah. And I ain't even tell half the shit. Like, I ain't even tell a quarter of the shit. I'm just getting started. Y'all niggas rap about busting guns and all this weird shit. I'm trying to get my people back, nigga.
Enjoy unlimited DVR storage and never worry about hidden fees.
Hey, yo, Quantic, run them bands up. Yo, we got homie on. Yeah.
Nigga flow so sick, hit rewind. Little bit, call my phone, hit decline. Nigga want me to phone, but tell him keep trying. Been ballin' on niggas, I done retired.
Yeah, one time, turn the beat down. Let a nigga go crazy, see now. Fell off, got it back, had to retry. Bitch said I wasn't shit, had to remind.
Excuse me, it's Big Dog, straight drop. Yeah, I'm white, mayo. Everything good as a 10-4.
Pour up some drink, roll up some ganja. I'm about to blow like a motherfucking roster. Big dog status, you know I ain't flogging. Go in the way that I want, I ain't bothered.
Yellow bone women feeling like a martyr. She wanna kick it, she want no karate. I just want head, I don't want nobody. Might take a nigga, bitch, that's a rob.
That whole back, stop it, nigga. Ain't no motherfucking option, nigga. Oh, I got your little hoe up on my side like a motherfucking option, nigga.
Big black nigga, my persona. Yes, I'm guilty, Your Honor. Of killing these niggas and fucking these bitches. Yes, I admit to the charges.
Yeah. ABR be the mafia. Tell them ain't nobody stopping us. Lot of sucker niggas wanna copy us. Still dripping on the floor, you can mop it.
Let me pop my shit. Niggas be killing me. Gotta swap my shit. Niggas watch my shit. Since you niggas stealing, well, let me lock my shit. Let me stop my shit. Yeah, I'm from the bottom, but that don't stop not shit. Bitch, I'm an underdog. I mean, underhog. Still, nothing top my shit. Bitch, I'm the truth. And I showed you over and over again. This shit ain't no fluke. This is the proof. I set the bar in this bitch, and I'ma raise it like the roof. They counting me out. Yeah, they gotta be tripping. I don't know shit about addition. Subtracting myself from anything bullshitting. I move forward, expedition. Since I do music, now I gotta move different. Be damn, I move without a tool. And rappers is dangerous, and I just can't be caught slipping. Be damn, I let a nigga do me. I ain't no killer, but I ain't never scared to shoot it. Don't run up on me like a groupie. We got some beef, nigga shells come included. This won't be a Taco Tuesday.
Hey man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up. On the track. A lot of niggas died 1865. Took a Michael Flair, how I ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hollering black was never on your side. They you maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. And being savage was our nature, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the guard to the gate. So when they say they fear God, now you know what they made. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Every day my niggas dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you close to God, we don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive, we don't know the shoot. He should've died, you let him slide, cause he look just like you. I tried to tell him all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we live. Can't be scared to die when we already dead. Either way, your life is stake no matter how you play it. My higher self said we should choose remain godly. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. Infiltrate they circles like a motherfucking Audi. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality in this club, they want these problems. Killers right beside me, slab full of chicken mockers. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Hey, peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. I want to say peace to everybody. Hey, shout out to DJ. Y'all big homie, the one and only. The CEO's in the building. Say shout out to everybody that's going to be tuned in and listening later. Appreciate that. Appreciate all the love, likes, shares, and subscribes, as well as all the people that support the channel. I want to say thank you guys in advance. Let's just get right to this. Who we got in the building? We got a Supreme Chieftain is in the building. I want to say peace to my brother, Maurice Miller, Mound City Mellow, Reginald Jones, Snake God, Copper Colored Nation, Wilmore Reed, Quadruple OG, Michelle Green, Darius Matthews, Bronze Flat Power God, Brandon Rogers. Let me see what we got. DJ ZP is in the building. Nikki Nakia. Truth Searcher is in the building. Khalil Finch. The realest nigga alive is in the building. What else we got here? Let's say shout out to everybody, man. I see Jan in the building. Haru, the Duke of the Great Lakes. Got it here. Make sure we get everybody. I want to say peace to you guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. We really appreciate you. Hey, man, it's going to be a great show, man. I just had a few things I want to get off my chest before we get into this. I got this clip. I want to say shout out to my brother from another mother, Mr. Brooklyn. Sent me a clip today, Jack Forbes, man, and I started watching like about 5-10 minutes of it, you guys, because I was gonna watch it to determine whether or not, because he was like, bro, this thing right here gonna have you want to throw your phone or kick your TV off the thing. So you guys are gonna get into that tonight. And also we got a clip from Philippe Shop Matthews, did an interview. with Dr. Clyde Winters. So I want to say shout out to Dr. Clyde Winters. So we're going to be breaking this stuff down tonight, you guys. So it's going to be about information. We got a lot of people, a lot of naysayers out there, so we got to break this stuff down. And I know you guys are the greatest chat room in world history, the smartest chat room in world history. Once again, that's why you have wrenches to post stuff in the chat room. You should be fact checking us. We should be fact checking the people that we present, the people that come on the panel, right? So they can't keep coming back with the same conversations over and over and over. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's really, really interesting. Turn of events in the way people think. Okay, so just for background on this, Black Studies in the 80s, right, was financed by the Black Program, CIA, the COINTELPRO, the Ghetto Informant Agency program. This is facts. They have Trump had a close to $100 billion. It's an annual budget to push the Black program. Okay. So when you see these professors, you see these people pushing Black, which were turned in the 90s into African studies. Black studies were turned into African studies in the 90s. This is facts, okay? This has been funded. The whole movie Roots. Shout out to Professor or Dr. Leonard Jeffries when he was honest enough to talk about the $500,000 that was given to them to fund Roots. Do you understand what I'm saying? That was a big budget for a movie at that time. You know what I'm saying? To push African program on us. The Black studies, the Black program on us. This is a part of the eugenic. This is a part of the out of Africa, the theory of evolution, royal societies and everything else. We break all this stuff down. Shout out to my brother Lotus on that. Y'all understand what I'm saying? We break this stuff down. Shout out to Monique Hill in the building. Peace to the guys, man. I see Raina Leon in the building. Peace, Empress. Thank you guys for tapping in. Once again, you guys are tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's your Sahab. And I come in peace. But like I said, we gotta tell the truth, you guys. I want to say shout out to Crumb. You guys didn't catch it over there earlier today on Crumb, man. It was short, but it was a great build, man. We got some things out over there. I want to say shout out to all the new subscribers as well. Coming in to the real, man. So I want to say thank you guys for hitting the like button. Once again, we thank you guys, and we like to pride ourselves in being a solution-based platform. So we're talking solutions over here. We're not talking just sitting around only having problems. We never have any solutions for the problems that we're talking about. So once again, I think that's a problem, when you have that. Yeah, so shout out to Crumb TV, man. You guys if you guys didn't catch him over here last night, it was a great build. N Jones in the building. Peace, Empress. E Knots 0407. David Bell is in the building. I want to say peace to all the goats in the building, man. Hey, check this out. If you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, Craig, press goat. You know what I mean? Once again, you got to check the scoreboard. When we say we the greatest of all time, we had the greatest culture. It's really funny to me. Once again, people always say, what culture do you guys have? I'd be like, it's like last night, I asked the guy last night, had he ever eaten Native American foods? And he was like, no. And I just think that's interesting when, you have our foods is American culture. Our dance is American culture, right? It's always so disrespectful when we can start showing them and saying these things or whatever, right? And they honoring the Johnny Come Latelys culture once again and telling you that you are culture appropriate. So once again, I want to premise a lot of this stuff by saying that once again, you guys understand etymology, right? You guys understand what etymology means. Once again, you guys also understand that when this clip that we're about to see, it's Dr. Jack D. Forbes, PhD, right? He's supposed to be an expert in the relations between the indigenous people here, and he says he's a Native American, right? And he's gonna get into a little of his story. He's talking about he's a Lenape, this and that, and the third, and he talks about that these people are mixed. Yo, God, this thing is gonna be crazy. Yo. Let's go. We gotta hurry up and get up into this thing. So I just want to pull this clip up. You guys, let's get right into it, man. It's gonna blow your mind. We'll come back on the other side of it and talk about it. So yeah, man, Dr. Jack D. Forbes looking like well, I ain't gonna get into that. Let's go. Let's get right into this, you guys. Let's go. Fair use. Yeah, no, if you heard me, yeah, let's just play this clip. Let's get right to it. Second, y'all.
Copies of the following program and other public radio programs are available through the Pacifica Radio Archives.
Welcome to Voices of Pacifica, where we explore the opinions and ideas of some of America's most intriguing public figures. I'm Kathy Still. This program features one of the nation's leading scholars on indigenous rights, Dr. Jack Forbes.
Let us find our unknown foreparents, our ancient grandmothers, our ancient grandfathers in our houses of thatch and grass and skin and earth, in the clay and stones of our mother's body, and honor them with the songs of our deeds. As we seek justice, we seek them out. As we create beauty, we honor them. As we liberate the world in which we liberate them. As we end the suffering of people today, we give meaning to the suffering of all those, our relations, who have given us this life. Tepilahapa.
Dr. Jack Forbes is a professor and former chair of the Native American Studies Department at the University of California at Davis. He co-founded DQ University, California's only intertribal Chicano college. In addition to being a social anthropologist, Forbes is a poet and the award-winning author of numerous publications. He received the 1997 Before Columbus Foundation's American Book Award for Lifetime Achievement, and his latest book is titled Red Blood. In the following talk given February 7, 1998 at the Southwest Museum in Los Angeles, Dr. Jack Forbes talks about relations and the little-known shared ancestry between indigenous native peoples of the Western Hemisphere and the peoples of Africa.
I want to begin with just a few words of thanks to the Creator. That means the one who created us, great creative power. That means grandfather of us all. That means give us a good day today. Means help us in the things that we're trying to do. That means I've asked for help for all of our relatives, meaning all the living things of the universe. The subject that I'm going to talk about today is one that I've been interested for a long, long time. Because I'm affiliated with Powhatan, Lenape people from the Virginia area, and also with Saponi people from North Carolina and several other groups in that region, who are people, generally speaking, of mixed ancestry today. Many of them
Who were they first
African
before they were
ancestry.
mixed, Jack?
And so I, at a very early time, got interested in the subject of the relations between the native people of this hemisphere, the American race, and people of the African race from the African hemisphere. I'm going to begin my presentation today with a poem that I wrote in about 1982.
The American race.
A poem
nigga.
for some friends in England. I wrote this in England. I had a lot of Jamaican friends over there, going to school at the University of Warwick at the time, where I was a Fulbright professor. And so I wrote this poem about the subject of this talk. Jamaica, home of Taino people, of the Arawak family. It is recorded in history. Peaceful and happy people living according to the laws of the Creator. Loving people in paradise, it is said, and then the serpent entered. And it is recorded the murders, the enslavement, the disease brought by the all-consuming soldier ants of Spain. And then was Jamaica swept into European history. In the use of flesh, the Spaniards excelled in their time, sending Tainos from Jamaica to Honduras, Guatemala, Cuba, and Boyo, Haiti, depopulating, selling golden skins instead of golden ore, mining human hearts and casting silence. But in the forest and the mountains, free Taino people lived independently. And to the Blue Mountains in 1601, the Spanish soldiers went searching, went looking for Indians hiding out, and the Blue Mountains did not yield up their Arawak cimarrones. And it is said that the Taino disappeared from the soil of Jamaica, from the mountains of Jamaica, from the rivers of Jamaica, but it is not so. They are hiding yet, and the hurricane, the spirit Huracan, the Taino spirit, sweeps Jamaica as before. And the Taino are hidden yet, now with black and red-brown skins and nappy hair or dreadlocks, yes, and long wavy strands. They are hidden, these Taino, but they are in Jamaica yet. It is recorded, yes, it is said also that the Spaniards had children born of Taino women, and these ones, mestizos, musties, they are called, lived on, recording with the female line their race. And yes, it is known African men with few women of their own kind found wives among the Taino, and the red-black mixture, mulattoes they were then called, and later grifos and zambos and lobos, other names for them, they survived. They studied Jamaica's paths with Indian grandfathers. They learned Jamaica's herbs with Indian grandmothers and dreamed of freedom. The invasion of the English, another wave of vipers, loosened the gate a notch, and the pure-blood Indians and the red-blacks, the Africans, the mestizos, made common cause with desperate Spaniards against the new oppressors. The English, it is recorded, with money and guns and ships, had their way along the coast, but in the Blue Mountains it was not so. The mountains where Tainos, red or black, knew the trails, the springs, the secrets. And the Spaniards, it is recorded, lost their courage and fled. But the Blue Mountains were not silent, knowing the dreams of Taino spirits, of Taino people now called Maroons, now turning black, it is said, now reddish-black to better hide from new oppressors. At the center, in the middle along the spine, Jamaica took into its flesh the runaways, the freedom seekers, the irreconcilables, the Taino spirit, the African spirit, and made it one, made it Jamaican. And the African Taino Maroons, it is recorded, some mestizos, some mulattoes, some pure-blooded Arawak, some pure-blooded African, some speaking Spanish, some speaking Coromantee, fought on together, becoming the new flesh of Afro-Taino Jamaica. And it is said they fought so well that the English in desperation let some become free settlers along the coast. Let some become, it is recorded, the free people of color. But others, the irreconcilables, still joined by new Africans, joined by new Indians, fought on to be forever the Maroons. The British Empire, always expanding, dealt in many kinds of flesh. A butcher shop of cuts. Mosquito Indians from the coast of Nicaragua, so much a pound. Spanish Indians from anywhere, so much a serving. Indians from New England, Virginia, and the Carolinas sent to join Africans from Angola to Senegal, and Malay types from Madagascar, and then the coolies from Asia, more new meat for Jamaica's pot of stew. And on the face of Jamaica, the overproud English smeared new foreign names, but the sacred names, like the spirit, survive. Wayamo, called Port Royal. Watibacoa, now Old Harbor. Kawaya, called Passage Port. Liwani, now Kingston. Maima, called St. Anne's Bay. Yawabe, now Minho. And on the north coast, Baikani of the Palms, and Wareo, Awakadiba, Aomakike, and Waiwata. And on the south coast, Wabayara, Maimona, Yama, Amaya, and Sautaka. And shall the day come when Jamaica's own true names will smash the rough, the suffocating dust of colonialism. And today it is seen that many Jamaicans look homeward to fathers from Africa. And it is good, for is it not taught that one should honor one's father and not forget? But it is also said, do not forget to honor Mother Jamaica and the long-lost grandmothers whose spirits caress the blue mountains and of a night roam the forgotten graveyards of ancient straight-haired ancestors. Whether one in 16 parts or one in 64, no matter. The Taino spirit, the Red Indian blood, still lives on. It has spread once again to the four quarters of Jamaica. Thin it is, but tight as good hard twine, a strong strand in Jamaica's unbroken web of history. Can one lose an atom of one's flesh, a nucleus of one's body, and still be the same? Arawak atoms still pulsate now to African drums, and in the earth of Jamaica, and in the living mantle of Jamaica, and the flesh of Jamaica, that which even the Spaniards could not annihilate still lives, and in the dust under the trees, Taino whispers are vibrating on Ethiopia's lips. Well, I didn't realize it when I wrote that poem, but that poem kind of summarizes in many ways the history of the Caribbean region. And that's why I decided to read it today. And I'll explain that in a moment a little more clearly, how that happens on almost every island to one degree or another. And in different patterns, it happens elsewhere along the coastal zones of Venezuela and Colombia, and the Central American areas, and even in the United States. Now, the subject of Native Americans and African relations is one that is generally been overlooked, although some people have begun to get into it. And there's been a lot of confusion about it because many people of part Native and part African ancestry have simply been labeled Negro or Black in the past. And the result of that labeling has been, of course, that the subject itself has often been lost. People like Crispus Attucks, for example, is usually categorized in most history books as a black man, whereas in fact his mother certainly was Native American. His name, Atuk, is from my language. It means deer. And he lived in an Indian community, was raised in an Indian community. Now, not to downgrade his African ancestry at all, but he's simply a complex person who's both Indian and African. Paul Cuffey, another famous New Englander, often is also regarded today as black. But again, Paul Cuffey was the son of a black father named Kofi, and a Native American mother. He married a Native American woman. He had many Native American relatives whom he went around with through much of his life. He called himself by various different names during his life, which is one thing perhaps I'll mention again later on. But there are many, many individuals who are of mixed Native and African ancestry, and it is a subject that is now coming into its own, because today we're becoming more and more conscious that human beings need to be dealt with as they really are, and not as racism has decreed that they should be. I mentioned in my book, Africans and Native Americans, a painting which is found or was painted in the Netherlands in 1645 by a Dutch artist named Jan Steen. Some of you have perhaps seen that painting. I believe it's in a museum in the Soviet Union or in Russia. I'm a little bit out of date. This painting depicts the marriage of a person of African ancestry with a person of Dutch ancestry. But at the same time, immediately in the painting, very clearly, there is a man looking on of Native American ancestry. Now, how did it come about that Africans and Native Americans were in the Netherlands of 1645, and in many cases, marrying Dutch women at that time? Well, a lot of the Native Americans who were in Amsterdam then actually came from Brazil. There may have been a few who were from Netherlands, from New York area, undoubtedly, some coming from Aruba and other Dutch colonies, but the greatest number came from Brazil. Many of you may not know that the Dutch had quite extensive contact with Brazil, which, if I have time, I'll mention more extensively later on. But they brought a lot of native Brazilians home to Amsterdam some of whom were supposed to be trained as Protestant ministers. A few did return, in fact, and started Protestant groups among the native Brazilians in that area of South America. But others remained in Amsterdam. There were so many of them that it was reported that they had their own synagogue there. Probably not a Jewish synagogue, but rather probably a Calvinist meeting hall of some kind. Well, in any event, we have to now take on the task of getting away from what I call, or have called, the white hub in scholarship. The white hub, which has distorted the history of the Americas, is an approach to research where the white people occupy the central role in everything. And the only time one looks at black people, for example, is when they are interacting with white people. The only time you look at Native Americans is when they're interacting with white people. The only time that you look at Mexican Americans is their interaction with the dominant society, and so on and so forth. Everything is around the hub of what white people are doing, or English-speaking white people, at least, what they are doing. Now, that has served to distort the fact that all of the other peoples living in the Americas have had very, very important relations with each other, sometimes quite independently of what's going on in the European or white world. It is important to also to understand that many of the contacts that may have happened between Native Americans and African Americans may have preceded European contact with the Americas. I'm writing a book right now on European visits by Native Americans at very early dates, including as early at least as 50 BC. One of the reasons Columbus was inspired to travel west from Spain with a certain knowledge that he would reach another land was because in Galway, in approximately 1477, Galway, Ireland, he met a very impressive Native American man and a Native American woman who had arrived in Galway, Ireland from the west, from what he thought was Catayo, or Cathay, but which was probably Kithane, which in our language means the ocean, the Great Sea. But he met these two people there in 1477. They had arrived probably on a couple of dugouts tied together to form a raft, judging from the description. And he writes about this in his own handwriting. But there are many, many other visits long before that. And some of them reached the west coast of Spain and other areas which suggest they might have possibly also drifted down to the Canary Islands and elsewhere following the predominant currents, and from there also perhaps reached to Africa. More recently, a microblade of a North American type has been found in Iceland, which is tentatively dated at 9,500 years ago, which indicates probably that native people were able to navigate from North America to the east at a much earlier date than we might have previously suspected. In any case, this is something that I'm working on now, but it indicates the possibility of very ancient contacts between Americans and people from Europe and even from Africa. Of course, there are several places in the southern hemisphere also where currents could carry people from South America to Africa. There is a southerly current that swings around in the South Atlantic and comes up the coast of Africa. There are important problems in terms of the spread of crops. For example, the banana is a very interesting one, which I won't go into, but nobody quite knows how the banana and members of the banana family spread. Certainly the pacoba, a type of banana, was in Brazil before the Portuguese arrived there in 1500. But how it got there, we don't know. There may also have been yams and a number of other species that were present in both Africa and the Americas. In addition to ancient contacts from the Americas going to Africa, of course, there is a real possibility of contacts from Africa coming to the Americas. The stone heads of the famous Olmec group in Veracruz point towards the possibility of African contacts with that region, as well as a number of other pieces of evidence that have been put together by Ivan van Sertima and other authors. This evidence, however, is not yet absolutely conclusive. For one reason, because, and this is something that many people have overlooked, is that the heads that are found in Veracruz area are not that different from the kinds of heads we find among many California Indians, for example, and also from the head shapes that we find among many Polynesian peoples, who are, in fact, of course, themselves part African in origin. So you get some people in the Polynesian area that have certain African features and so on that could very easily tie in with not only native people on the Pacific coast, but also with the Olmec heads. So I suppose that issue still remains to be settled. Perhaps one of these days, when the anthropologists collect enough DNA samples, then there might be some light shed upon that. Because as you know, there's a current belief, at least, that if someone takes a sample of your blood, that they can tell, or a hair follicle, that they can tell your direct female line, for instance, back every female ancestor in a direct line back for, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70,000 years. And there are certain distinct lines among females that, for example, there seem to have been perhaps, the last I've heard at least, maybe 7 females ancestral to all Native Americans. There are about 7 types, something like that, found among all native peoples from Patagonia, Tierra del Fuego, all the way north to the Arctic. So that, of course, makes us, as Native Americans, one big happy family in the female line, at least. We don't, but in any event, that doesn't, of course, tell the whole story of ancestry, but it might be somewhat helpful in terms of determining whether there indeed are some important African female lineages, for example, among native people in the Americas, which has not, as of yet, has not perhaps turned up. The problem with that kind of research, however, is, of course, that since so many native people in the Americas do have African ancestry since 1492, it will be very difficult to separate out the earlier female, if there is any, from the later female. The same thing can be done with male ancestry, too, in the direct male ancestral line. But then all of the rest of the ancestral lines are left unknown. It's just 2 out of possibly 1 million lines that can be discovered. The rest are unknowable at the present time. In any event, enough of that. But there is the possibility of ancient contacts between Africans and Native Americans. But of course, after 1492, we have an acceleration of contacts because Columbus, as most of you probably realize, was in the business of making money any way that he possibly could. He was a wheeler-dealer, absolutely without any kind of moral compunctions whatsoever. And one of the things that he immediately attempted to do, since he didn't find much in the way of gold, was to fill every vessel going back to Europe with indigenous slaves, beginning with Haiti, Santo Domingo, but then subsequently from other islands and from the whole Circumcaribbean area. So that eventually the slave trade includes people who are being picked up everywhere from the coast of Florida and, of course, the entire Bahamas, all the way around the coast of Mexico and down through Central America, and then especially along the coast of Colombia and Venezuela. People are being raided all in those areas, and many of them are shipped to the West Indian Islands to replace the natives there who are being worked to death or dying from disease, but large numbers are also shipped to Europe. Columbus himself probably shipped at least 3,000 to 6,000 native people to Europe. Many of them ended up in the Canary Islands. Others were resold to the Azores. Many were probably resold from Valencia, for example, where there were a lot of native people. They were resold to Italy and other parts of Europe. So the initial slave trade in the Americas is a slave trade involving the American race. This slave trade continued on until at least the 1560s, perhaps later. Of course, as some of you probably heard, the King of Spain attempted to abolish the slave trade with the new laws of the Indies, in the middle of that century, but there were many exceptions. One exception was that all Caribes, all Caribs, could still be enslaved. And of course, this meant that lots of people were found who were Caribs. Many other native people, including Mapuches in Chile, Apaches on the northern frontier, many others could also be legally enslaved. Many continued to be illegally enslaved as well, such as Yavapais in southern Arizona and so on. So that you have a continuing slave trade in American flesh. The Portuguese, of course, are also very active in this from 1500 on. One of the earliest individuals to reach Brazil was authorized to deal in slaves, and he undoubtedly took a great many, not only back to Portugal, but also to the Cabo Verde Islands off the coast of Africa, where he had important investments. The numbers of native slaves in Brazil are estimated by various writers in the millions. Now, many of these, of course, ended up in the sugar plantations along the coast of Brazil, where black slaves were also, of course, being brought in at a later date. But many also were transshipped to Africa, to Portuguese colonies in Africa, such as Angola, which served as a penal colony for Brazil, and many or their mixed blood descendants reached Portugal and even places as far away as China. For example, a Portuguese governor of Macau was part Native American from Brazil. Undoubtedly, some Native Americans reached even Japan, either in the hands of the Dutch or the Portuguese. However, this is still to be documented. The Dutch also were very active in slavery involving Native American slaves. They at first didn't like slavery. The Dutch were dedicated to a long struggle for freedom against the Spanish, but they seized part of Brazil in 1624, and they very shortly became involved in the sugar industry. And they found that many of the American and African slaves had fled to the interior, where they were establishing quilombos, or free republics in the interior. The Dutch found that they could no longer operate their sugar plantations unless they had new slave labor. And so they sent expeditions to conquer the Portuguese forts along the coast of Ghana, Nigeria, and Angola, and they used Native American soldiers from Brazil. They used both Tupi and Tapuya warriors to defeat the Portuguese in all of those places, and subsequently the garrisons in Ghana and elsewhere were composed of native Brazilians, who, as they survived, intermarried, of course, with African women and produced a community which still exists all along the west coast of Africa, even in Lagos in Nigeria, and as well as in Ghana and so on, a community of people who trace their descent to Brazil and to Native American ancestors, as well as a diverse ancestral picture. So the Dutch are very active. They generally
who is Native
enslaving
Brazilians?
Native Americans because they're using Native people as their part of their military forces. But they get into that, and they sell some Native people from Brazil to the French islands in the West Indies, as well as to the British subsequently in Trinidad area. The people who helped start the first sugar plantations on Barbados, for example, are Brazilian Indians who are brought in, are free when they're brought in, but the British reduced them to slavery. Well,
wait. They came in free, but then the British turned them into slaves?
Mobility brought about not voluntarily, primarily, but primarily through the slave trade.
You are listening to Indigenous rights activist and scholar Dr. Jack Forbes on Voices of Pacifica.
Bullshit. That's some baby
bullshit. Most of
bullshit.
you are all familiar with the story of the slave trade in people from Africa.
Terrible.
And so I don't really have to go into great detail about that. Of course, as the native populations begin to diminish in Brazil, in the coastal area of Brazil, as well as in the West Indies, the Spaniards and the Portuguese, and then later the Dutch begin bringing in lots of people from various parts of Africa, primarily in the areas from Senegal to Angola, but even some from parts of East Africa, Madagascar even. At first, the Spaniards attempt to prohibit certain kind of people from coming to the Americas, such as Wolof people from Senegal, who are the primary slaves that were being used in Spain at that time. And the reason for that is because they were Muslims or partly under Muslim influence, and the King of Spain didn't want any Muslims, Jews, mixed bloods, or Wolofs in the Americas. Nonetheless, of course, they did manage to get to the Americas. Well, the contacts between Africans and Native Americans, of course, intensify during this period of time, as you can well imagine. Now, because my time is short, I'm going to skip over a lot of the evidence relating to the extent of mixture, but let me just indicate some of the geographical sweep of it. African people are brought to every Spanish colony. Wherever the Spaniards went, even as far as Chile, Buenos Aires, Argentina, California, New Mexico, wherever the Spaniards go, there are always people of African ancestry. In California, for example, at least 20 to 25% of the Spanish-speaking newcomers from the 1700s on into the early 1800s were of African or part African ancestry. So wherever the Spaniards go, there are many, many Africans. In Peru, for example, lots of Africans. In Mexico, lots of Africans.
He said when they get there, there's a lot of Africans there. Oh my God, Jack, you sound crazy as hell, brother.
Between the native people, the American people, and the African people.
The native people, the American people, and the African people. God damn.
That are a little harder to grasp. One of them is that the American males are dying off at a fast rate because of the horrible conditions of labor in the mines and other areas. In other words, the death rates are extremely high. The women tend to have slightly higher survival rates. So you get a population imbalance in the native population. Also, many women are forced to flee to the cities, such as to Lima, where large numbers of native women live by their wits, Mexico City and so on, because they can no longer make a living in the rural areas. On the other side, of course, the Africans are probably 2/3 at least male in most instances. There are relatively few African women that are brought over in the beginning, and even as the slave trade stretches out, the number of males seems to always be about 2 to 1 over females. So those are a couple of immediate factors. Another factor is, however, that during certain periods, an African male could become free by marrying a free American female. Although the king eventually nipped that in the bud, the King of Spain, there was still the possibility that if you married a free woman,
yo, that's crazy, Jack.
Who were free,
oh
they
man,
would therefore be able to work and buy your freedom. So there was always a certain advantage in having a free wife as opposed to a wife who was already a slave. And then, of course, there were formed communities that were called palenques in some areas, and the quilombos in Brazil. One of the most famous along the coast of Ecuador, where you get a very large community around Esmeraldas of people who are of mixed black and Indian ancestry. And all along the coast of Venezuela and Colombia and down into Ecuador, you have republics established that are called
mixed black and nigger ancestry. Like, what the fuck?
Which is a term that the Spaniards use basically for black Indian mixed bloods who are particularly troublesome. There are many other terms that are used, including the term mulatto. And I'll say a little bit about the term mulatto because it's so central to research about black Native American relations. Most of your dictionaries are absolutely wrong about what the term mulatto meant and what it means. It usually says white and African, basically, European and African. However, during the Spanish Empire, and also in Brazil, and in the early French and English empires as well, the term mulatto did not mean black and white. In fact, overwhelmingly, the term in the Spanish Empire meant black and Indian. The only people who intermarried appreciably were blacks and Indians. There was relatively little intermarriage between blacks and whites for the first 100
because they wasn't there
50 years at least. So the term mulatto always remained a general term. The simplest thing we can say about it is at its simplest level, it usually means somebody who's part African, somebody who's half African, let's say, or part African. However, the other half was
That's a
usually
lie.
American in the beginning years. Later, people who are part European can also be covered under that term. We also find the term mulatto, however, used in some instances in the English colonies to include people who have no African ancestry, because the word mulatto was the only word available to the English until probably about the 1740s or 50s to describe mixed bloods. So any kind of a mixed racial person was a mulatto, regardless of whether they had the African ancestry. In South Carolina, they began using the term musty, which also was picked up a little bit in New York and one or two other spots, New York City. Musty probably derived from mestizo, but that's a localized term that also means black and Indian. I won't go into details about what the differences probably were between musties and mulattoes at this point. It's kind of technical research. But in any case, there are a number of words that are developed. In Brazil, for example, you have the term cafuso. Cafuso refers primarily to black Indian mixed bloods. There are a number of other terms, however, that are also used in Brazil. They become very, very refined, like tapuya amulatado. In other words, a mulatto-ish tapuya. All kinds of ways the Brazilians describe such mixed people or people who look of that type. In the Spanish Empire, you have things from de color quebrado to pardo, morisco, lobo, as well as perhaps chino in certain areas, grifo, and of course zambo or zamboigo, and mulatto, all referring to American African mixed bloods of one kind or another. Many of these are local terms. But one of the things that you have to remember about the Spanish and the Portuguese empires and modern areas too is that these terms are not genealogical terms. That is, a person who is said to be a cafuso, for example, in Brazil, is somebody who looks like a cafuso. He could have a brother who is called something entirely different. Cafuso is a person who looks part African, but also has Native American features, okay? But it could have a brother or a sister who came out differently, and therefore they would have a different racial designation. In other words, the designations in the Spanish and Portuguese-speaking areas are not based upon a knowledge of ancestry, but are based primarily upon appearance or perceived social status in many, many cases. Well, in North America, we have similar things developing. All along the Atlantic seaboard, we have intermarriage between Africans and Native Americans. It begins, at least, by the 1520s. And it always shocks me that books that are still being written about U.S. history bring the first Africans into Virginia in 1619. It's an incredible misuse of historical information. In the 1520s, an expedition by a Spaniard by the name of Ayllón lands along the coast of Chicora, or South Carolina, and the Africans who are part of the expedition are able to rebel successfully. And so although the Spaniards abandon the colony and return to the West Indies, the Africans, or at least the bulk of them, remain in Chicora. Now, subsequently, we know that they lived because when the De Soto expedition comes into the area in 1539, 40, and so on, the De Soto expedition meets people who are of African descent. In fact, one fellow is married to a Native American queen in the border area between South Carolina and Georgia. So we know they stayed, and they became integrated into the Native American communities, and their descendants undoubtedly are part of Native American communities today, except insofar as they were later re-enslaved. Of course, the big business of South Carolina after 1670 was the slave trade. South Carolina made most of its early money off of the trade in slaves. Most of those slaves were Native American slaves. They cleaned out Florida of the native population virtually, and they raided all the way to the Mississippi River, particularly victimizing the Choctaw people and carrying thousands upon thousands of Americans to the coast, where they were either kept as slaves in the developing plantation economy of South Carolina, or many of them were sold to New England and to places like Rhode Island and so on, or were sold to Barbados and other British colonies in the West Indies. So we have relatives that are scattered all over. It doesn't matter almost what tribe we're descended from, particularly if we're a southeastern tribe, we have relatives throughout the Caribbean. Almost every island some of our relatives went to or were shipped to as a part of the slave trade. In the early 1700s, about 20% of the slave population of South Carolina was Native American. Now, along the East Coast generally, the slave population of African origin, let's say from New England down to Maryland, was derived primarily from the Caribbean. So almost all the people of African descent up there have as their immediate homeland the Caribbean, not Africa, but the Caribbean. And in the Caribbean, of course, they acquired Native American ancestry there. So they may be part Taino, they may be part Guajiro from Colombia, they may be part
I got my Russell. I got my Russell.
Colombia, they
Russell
may be
Westbrook
part
face.
Mestizo
What?
from Nicaragua, they may be
What the
part
fuck?
Huasteca from Panuco, and so on. Panuco, they could be from many, many different tribes all around the Caribbean area. Once arriving in New England and in that area, there was also tremendous intermarriage between people of African descent and Native American communities. Almost every Native American community in New England today has some degree of African ancestry. And in, of course, the black community in New England, of course, there's Native American ancestry. A person like Lena Horne, of course, epitomizes the kind of individual coming out of New England. She's descended from Portuguese people who settled in New England, from Senegalese, African people, as well as New England Native American people. Now, from Virginia down, and especially in South Carolina, you get more direct African trade. So the vast majority of the slaves are brought in directly from Africa, not so many from the Caribbean. But it's interesting that in South Carolina, you get the largest number of Native American slaves. So what you're apt to find in South Carolina, for instance, are people who are overwhelmingly black in their physical characteristics, but actually have a lot of Indian blood as well. In New England, you're apt to find people that are more mixed and have a whole variety of different kinds of ancestry. So you cannot tell in the Americas, anywhere in the Americas, whether a person is part African or whether they're part Native American by looking at them. You cannot tell that because you may have in an individual family, as most Chicanos can testify to, you can have individuals ranging the whole
listen,
spectrum. From
hold on, wait a minute, sir. You said, nigga, we can tell Africans today from Americans.
Or even
So they couldn't tell back then? Yeah, hey, look, you might be African. Stop, Jack.
Racial mixture in families,
You sound crazy, bro.
It leads to a great diversity of physical types that develop. And it's also true that many Africans in West Africa actually already look like they have Native American ancestry. And particularly this is true in parts of East Africa and so on, North Africa. So that you can have people that look as if they were straight from Africa, and yet they'll have facial features and so on that are not so-called classic West African facial features. So you really can't tell what people are by looking at them. You have to know something more concrete about their history. At this point, I think my time is just about running out, but I want to read a poem that has to do with the
time been up, sir.
At tracing people's ancestry and how we should think about our backgrounds. In any case, this is a poem called Revolutionary Genealogy. When we trace out our family tree, we must look for those whose tombstones, made of wood or a broken pot with flowers, long ago became earth again. We must search in invisible archives for the unnamed, the unrecorded, for the silent ones not described in any book. For our revolutionary genealogy must have nothing to do with the tyrants, the greedy, the wealthy, the generals, the sons of ignoble families. To be known well by history 9 times out of 10 is to be an aggressor, or if not that, the child of aggressors, living from a bloody legacy from crimes brushed aside. How do we sing the praises of the good, of the plain people, of the ones who never stole enough to buy a page of history? How do we honor the forgotten women, the ones punished by patriarchy, their family names often not even so much as written down? or the ones who died young in childbirth, or the ones who never had a chance to learn to write a diary, or the ones who never earned enough to pay taxes, or the ones whose memory was wiped out by the conquest of our tribes or by slavery's silence. Revolutionary genealogy does not chase after noble titles, family crests, or fornicating dukes. It does not seek connections with the wicked, but rather it might be a genealogy of slaves. Mabel, age 21, yellow-colored, with a scar on her right arm and a limp, has run away from her owner. A reward will be paid for knowledge of her whereabouts. A genealogy of tribes, for we cannot discover individual names. A genealogy of villages, of mountain ridges, because the records start only in 1790 or 1650 or 1900, and the ancestors have fused together into the fold from whence they came. Genealogy cannot for us be the illusion of false pride in people whose behavior we would or should disown. The genealogy of the ruling classes is fake, for sure, since only mothers can be known for certain, father being often rapist or night-traveling lover, giving unsurnamed sperm, perhaps the butler even. And mathematics tells us that each one of us had 16 great-great-grandparents, born of 32, born of 64, born of 128, born of 256, born of 512, and that was only 10 generations back, or 250 years ago. And in 1492, each of us had mathematically 264,000 ancestors, born of 528,000 parents, unless, of course, our ancestors married each other, as cousins did among the aristocracies, keeping estates held tight among related idiots. It is whole tribes from whom we stem, from entire watersheds and basins, even from entire continents, since migration is ancient as well as recent. Revolutionary genealogy will include the earth, our mother, from whence we came, and the salty water, which is our nature, and the plants and animals which form our flesh, and the sun and the air which give us life, and the birds which sing our songs, and the friends who make it all worthwhile. So now let us turn from false bourgeois genealogy to the real search for origins, which must always lead us back to sperm and eggs, to nature and to nurture, to the people, to the tribes, to the slaves, to the suffering and struggling and ordinary lives from which even kings must have once come. Let us find our unknown foreparents, our ancient grandmothers, our ancient grandfathers in their houses of thatch and grass and skin and earth, in the clay and stones of our mother's body, and honor them with the songs of our deeds. As we seek justice, we seek them out. As we create beauty, we honor them. As we liberate the world in which we liberate them. As we end the suffering of people today, we give meaning to the suffering of all those, our relations, who have given us this life. Tepi lahapa. Thank you very much.
You've been listening to a talk given by Indigenous rights activist Dr. Jack Forbes. He spoke at the Southwest Museum in Los Angeles on February 7th, 1998. His latest book is titled Red Blood.
My blood is red, my blood is red, my blood is red, my blood is red.
Yo, hey man, this is funny. We go ahead and stop this.
Linda Hogan. Linda is a Chickasaw poet, novelist, and essayist who draws from the rich imagery of her Indian heritage and the lessons of nature. Her novel, Mean Spirit, was one of the finalists for the Pulitzer Prize in 1991. In this segment, Linda reads from her poetry collection, The Book of Medicines, which was a finalist for the National Book Critics Award.
It seems I'm turning out to be a one-woman Western civilization demolition crew. And the older I get, the more interest I have in looking backward at traditional knowledge systems. I'm a Chickasaw. Originally, we're from Oklahoma. We're not originally from Oklahoma. We went there at the Trail of Tears. We're from Mississippi originally.
What?
And in the last years, I've been getting together for dialogues with a number of people from Canada and this part of the continent to talk about Western science and traditional Indigenous thought. And it's been a real awakener for me in many ways, where I've seen that the knowledge that old people have isn't just a story. It's actually a system of knowledge. It's not a system of belief so much as a system of knowledge, because of people living for 30,000, 40,000 years in one spot, generation after generation. You learn the land there, you learn the wind and the sea and whatever else is around you. And that knowledge is passed down. And it's very hard for people who have shortly lived here for only less than 500 years to really know this land. And I do think that until we know it, until we don't turn against it any longer, it will turn against us. In all the areas that I'm looking at, including medicine, I see what happened historically, and particularly in Western medicine at one time when the herbalists were persecuted in Europe. The medications that were used, the healing agents that were used were from alchemy. And so people were often given lead and cadmium and mercury to try to heal an illness. And now, of course, we know that those things are poisonous. And it's such a vastly
Yeah, man. There you go, Dr. Jack D. Forbes. I mean, you guys was on it, man. I mean, we were going back and forth. Once again, Etuma Words, that's 1998. I had read this essay that he wrote in like 83, right? And he was talking about the reason why he had to name his book Africans and Native Americans. He was like the editor, and it was social constructs, it was social pressure. So this fool, Jack Ford, knows about the caste system. He never said it one time, by the way. He never said it one time. He never talked about the CASA system. How the hell do you talk about this subject matter and not bring up the CASA system, the caste system? And you talk about musty, use words that come from the CASA system, musty, mestizo, mulatto, and all these things. Once again, the same way that they tell you how the British came in and changed words, it's the same thing, Jack. You were speaking with a forked tongue, and you literally contradicted yourself every time that you spoke. Oh, the Soto came in, right? It meant niggas. Okay. Look, first off, according to them, they Negro deterrence, period. Oh, we couldn't tell the Africans from the Native Americans. First off, you could tell so-called Africans from Aboriginal Americans. Period. You could tell us from the difference. You could tell us anywhere in the world. We walk in a room with 10 of them, they're gonna be like, hey, this 11th one right here, this guy right here is an American. Period. They know what we look like. We have not even about distinct characteristics. It's our swag. It's our sinews. It's our muscles. It's our bones. Everything makes us Americans. Okay. Now he's talked about taking all these people from. I can't do it tonight, Cass. I ain't ready to do it tonight, Cass. I ain't ready to do it, brother. So he talks about taking. Why? Think about this, y'all. They poor asses over there during this time. It's 1490, right? Right? Their asses is poor as shit. Right? They poor as shit, y'all. They poor as shit. Resources are scarce in Europe. Okay? You guys know the size of Europe, you understand. They didn't have, so a lot of people were poor, so a lot of people, just like still today, don't own a lot of land. Okay? So they didn't own, they weren't landowners, they wasn't lords, and things like that. So most people were serfs, AKA slaves. Serfs and slaves are also interchangeable. Slavs, Slavic people. Stop making, oh, it's Yugoslavic, they're not Slavs no more. No, they're still Slavs. It's their race. They're a race of slaves, okay? Okay? So doing all this enslavement, and they're bringing people from over here. That which is crazy. They're bringing free people to Europe, and then they turn them into slaves and they get that. Oh, okay, so they become apprentices, or they get jobs, or they do certain things. Why would somebody take people that from somewhere, right? You have to house them, you have to feed them, and do all these things, unless they were adding something to the culture. Now, at the same time they're doing all this, they're taking millions of so-called Africans from Africa, right, to America, to the Americas, right? According to them, most of those people went to Brazil, according to them. Now, this is how they explain in a way why so many niggas in the Americas. Every time you say this, oh, those people right there are African descent. But when you ask these people, y'all know anything about Africa? No, we've never came here. We've always been here. Now, some of us came on boats, but they came on boats from other parts of the Americas. It's called blackbirding, taking people from the mainland of the Americas to the islands, from the islands back to the mainlands of America. That's the acts of war. It's called blackbirding. Why? It's so irritating. It's irritating as fuck. Irritating to anybody. Like, it's irritating to even these so-called people like Jack Forbes. What we do, we research the researchers with an unbiased eye. We go where the evidence shows us, not where somebody changed up stuff. Hey, when they came here, these niggas are according to them, right? So them got tore up, ran up out of here by niggas. So the descriptive term of them is black, brown, right? These are descriptive terms. But once again, they're telling the story. And he was saying, like, yo, they can't even tell them apart from the Native Americans. And they wasn't calling Native Americans in 1492, 1592, 1692, 1792, 1892, right? It's just facts. It didn't happen in 1975. So even when he talked about Christian tactics, he wasn't calling Native Americans. His people wasn't calling Native Americans specific, right? Oh, but he's people of color, so guess what? He's of African descent. When they literally clearly tell you who the people were. You know what I'm saying? So I just think, and you guys act like all this swirling was happening, like people was actually marrying outside of their people. Y'all think it was like, come on, bro, like that's just not true. People like generally stick to their people, right? And so I don't know, it's just a lot of things that they say that's just not true, y'all. So I just want to point that out. Let me just shout out a few more people in the chat room. I see J Rock in the building, Wisdom Show, Shay Pink 40, Ricardo D, Zoe Hustle, Shy Alpha. I want to say peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Really appreciate it, man. Hey, man, the links in the chat room, man. You guys already know, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Hey, man, support the real, man. You already know about the dollar challenge. Hey, and if you're not a builder, you're flipping, onlybuilders2022@gmail.com, man. Hey, man, I don't know what more to say, man. Support the real, man. Support you, man. I see David Bell in the building. What you got in here, man? Yeah, man, it's just really Big Dixon 99. Ghost Music 769. Yeah, he was definitely making shit up as he went, brother. Copper Warriors in the building. Micah L. Only the Wise. Peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. You guys could be anywhere else in the world, man. You guys are tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's your Sahab, and I come in peace, y'all, but he's here to bring the heat, man. He's been true. Jack Forbes, man. I wish I was around right there. I'd throw your ass up. L.J. John is in the building. I mean, yo, unbelievable amounts of like feces that was spewing out his mouth. Real talk, y'all. I can go on and on and on. I see Yan the Magnificent in the building. Infinite to God. Peace to the guys, man. Thank you, guys. Hey, man, y'all could be anywhere. Y'all could be at the club right now, somewhere. Y'all could be somewhere doing something nefarious. Or y'all could just be chilling, watching the goldfish or something. You know what I mean? Y'all could be doing a whole bunch of other things, man. Y'all tapped in with your boys, man. So I really appreciate that, man. Really appreciate all the love, man, that we get from the family, man. So even all the people that are Ricardo, Ricardo, thank you for that, brother. Even Anonymous, we appreciate you guys as well. Yeah, so shout out to everybody, man, that hold us down, man. So shout out to Ricardo D. Appreciate the Only Builders, brother. See Hard Rock in the building. Big Dog. And so peace to the guys, man. Links in the chat room, man. Like I said, man, we wanted to have a intellectual conversation tonight. Because we're going to get into Like I told you guys earlier, I see Madeline Johnson in the building. Johnson Clan is in the building. Ivy Comer, Freelander, Renzo CF. I want to say thank you guys, man. Peace to all you guys, man. Shout out to all the great ones tapping in, man. Definitely appreciate you guys, man. Once again, we're just watching you guys responding to Jack Forbes. Once again, lets me know that you guys are definitely paying attention. Definitely, a lot of the information that we've been putting out here for years refutes all of that. So you guys are paying attention because you see it. Okay, he's saying this, he's talking this. So when we talk about the mosquito, we break it down. And a lot of times people are like, why y'all still doing mosquito? Because people are confused. They're talking about Bering Strait crossing. They're talking about all these other things. People are mixed. You know what I'm saying? And not to take anything away from people who are mixed. That's not what we're doing. Once again, we have to be clear. We got to be precise. Other people have came here and taken over our nations, right? The one person was talking about at the end of that video, talking about that she's from Oklahoma, but they're originally from Mississippi. Well, no, see, that's the point right there. There was people that attached themselves, even in later times, after the air quote trilogy, to Oklahoma, to these nations and stuff, and took them over. We're going to get into a lot of things. We talk about these internment camps or whatever. You guys got to understand, it wasn't just for people of color that this happened to, or Asian people, right? So y'all got to remember that. So once again, a lot of the things that they talk about, they only push the negativity and the negative stuff on us, while they take the credit, they take the spoils of war and spoils of things. And we say this all the time. If the ADOS was successful in their plot, their plot, they're to get reparations for the descendants of Slavs, then we will be literally given more reparations and more entitlement to pale-skinned European Americans. That's just what it is. So even they feel entitled, even when they were talking about these people are white people over in Ukraine. They shouldn't be. Who's fighting him? Other pale-skinned people. So this pale-skin on pale-skin crime. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is, man. So now they're talking about these damn fools, Nigerians are talking about sending 5,000 troops. What the hell y'all think 5,000 niggas troops gonna do to one of the biggest militaries on the planet? Fool. Then the Ukrainian people talking about, don't bring y'all black asses over here. What? Hey man, I don't understand it. I don't understand what's going on. Now, if you got some Ukrainian, some Nigerian nationals over there, you ain't gonna be able to, how about this? You ain't gonna be able to tell America, if we got some American nationals over there, basketball playing ass niggas, rapping ass niggas, singing ass niggas, whatever, they like, y'all can't leave or whatever. Nigga, they gonna come see Ukraine about us, okay? They ain't gonna have to send over a whole bunch of people. They're not gonna do all that. It's gonna be a phone call. Hey man, make sure y'all get our people up out of there. We're gonna be sending for them. You know what I'm saying? So when they talk about sending 5,000 troops over there, to do what with 5,000 troops? Y'all better sit y'all asses down somewhere. Like, shut up, please. In America now, once again, they sending troops. They positioning more troops around, in the areas or whatever. But you Nigerians, what the hell is y'all talking about? They don't even want. Think about it. They over there to help. They talking about we don't want y'all help. The racist bastards. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand it, y'all. I don't understand it. Yeah, come on. You got Truth in the building. What's up, Truth?
Man, what's good, Billy Go? We got Taz in the back crying this shit, bro. Hey, good show though, my nigga. I'm listening, bro. You already know.
Hold on, Truth. Mic check.
Yeah. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, it went to these headphones for some odd reason. Okay, I hear you now.
Salute to the God, bro. Shit, I'm just tapped in, listening, typing back and forth with Cass in the back and shit. He crying and shit to get on stage. he like Truth.
Man, we trying to work. J Rock, what it do? Peace to the guys, man. Hey, no, Cash, bro. Like, man, like, bro, we trying to build tonight. J Mo, the Supreme, is in the building. Peace to the guy, man. We definitely appreciate it. Amari Brown. Peace to the guys, man. Hey, no, Cash, yo, we're gonna show you how to build tonight. So we're only gonna be building with guys tonight, man. We got another video with brother Philippe Shock Matthews interviewing the great Dr. Clyde Winters, man. So we're gonna definitely be queuing that up in a second. I wanted to talk to you about what you just heard, brother. This Dr. Jack D. Forbes, right? A lot of the stuff that he was talking about. What's your reaction to that? First off, what's your reaction to it?
I think it's a lot of truth and then contradiction in what he's saying, because he's giving the truth, but his belief and ideology is still having them push a certain narrative, even though the evidence he's seeing himself is saying otherwise. So I commend him on some truth that he did, but at the same time, I can't respect him constantly pushing a certain narrative when he see what the evidence is really saying and shit. You feel me? Because we talking about slaves now and shit, according to contemporary history, where y'all at with it. You feel me? So he talked about how certain words was interchangeable, locations and shit people went to, and you just don't see people that look like him. So I feel like he's seeing the truth, but it's hard to fully say it in the truthful, proper narrative because of who he is and how he grew up. So it's a little bit, I commend you for certain things, but then it's other things I'm suspicious of you now because you still keep pushing the same narrative, even with telling the truth.
That's a whole fact, bro. Like he would say something and then like contradict it. Either way, he would say something negative or wrong, you know what I'm saying, and then turn around and be like, yo, contradicted by telling the truth. Or he would tell the truth and then he would tell a lie. But once again, that's what you have to do to get your books published or to continue to teach in these university systems or whatever, because they're funding you to push a certain narrative. And it's hard as fuck. Y'all know how hard it would be. Like, think about this too. Like when you preparing for debates, right? I remember it was how hard it was to be the Pan-African in the pre-debates or behind the scene debates. Like there's no fucking argument, my nigga. They don't literally, like I remember a long time ago, right, y'all, a long time ago, Garfield was like, yo, hey, I agree with 98% of what Chief Holiday talks about. 98%. I thought that was an interesting number at the time, right? 98%. And the other 2% he just didn't understand, right? To me, like once again, people have a thing like, yo, Africa, and they pushing this thing, right? Oh, the Taínos. Taíno means the first people. Stop right there. The bones, the archaeology, the stories, the origin story, everything of the Taíno people, the Caribs or Negroes, period, okay? So I don't know why we're going back and forth. Y'all follow me? Now, yes, they told the story. Yes, they told the story of blackbirding. And they using the African concept and the African thing, because once again, they'll sit around and tell you that free Taínos went and set up colonies that are still right now today in Africa. Angola, right? Ghana, Liberia, just to name a few, you guys. So y'all got to make this make sense. What are y'all telling us? Do we have any African nations over here?
And do we see any people that look like them over there in those places now?
I mean, it was interesting when he said that though, right there too. Jack Forbes was like, you couldn't tell them apart. Like, nigga, you can tell us apart from Africans right now today. So what you're saying is because they were dark-skinned people. Because they was dark-skinned people, they described them as Saracens. They described them as the Sable ones. They described them as Ethiopians before Ethiopian ever exists. They described them as us as Egyptians. When I say them at that time period, this is what the descriptive term of DeSoto was, right? So when you're saying, hey, when DeSoto came here, if this is the first contact of the Power Hudson said it was 200 niggas, that the chief that they found, the Power Hudson, when they encountered them, this is the explorer saying that nigga was black as the devil and he had 200 niggas blacker than him behind him. You mean to tell me that you doing something to these niggas, man? Stop playing with us, bro. Y'all play too much. Yeah, brother.
But P Gang, though, look at the times that he kept talking about that you couldn't tell the difference between African and a Native American, right? Now let's play the game that we the Africans, right? Let's just play that game. Ain't no way in hell you can't tell the difference between us and the Native American they push today, nigga. It is definitely a complete opposite, a complete look.
Facts.
So that's the documents you read don't add up with the vision you trying to push and shit, nigga. We do not look like you, fam. No disrespect.
Not only that, he said he a part of Saponi. Saponi means dark-skinned people. They just say there's no more Blackfoot. This is Saponi now, right? Like Saponi Catawba. What do y'all talk about? These concepts, Sioux. We're talking about dark people. Indian means dark people. Blackfoot, Choctaw. I could go on and 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 on. These are terms of dark people. Okay. So when we talk about the copper color, dark people, copper color. Oh, copper is light skinned. See, once again, those are the remix singles. Those are the people that want to push a narrative that anytime that you find dark skinned people anywhere in the world, they're of African descent. Okay, well, first off, air quote, if you believe in the old out of Africa thing, then everybody will be African descent. Even Jack Forbes right there is an Afrikaners. Right? Come on, bro. You're not the original nothing. Nowhere. So stop confusing the people about mestizo, not musty, but mulattoes wasn't at first. All the definitions are wrong. Well, then where did you get your definition from, Jack? Where did you get your definition of mulatto? Once again, he's giving you a definition that comes from the Germanic mind state, the Dutch mind state, aka the British mind state. Jack Forbes is just an extension of that, period. Okay, so when people are saying this stuff, I'm like, yo, I'm listening. It's like, yo, this is crazy. D Brown, Mr. Brooklyn, this is crazy as hell, man. I'm looking at this shit like, whoa, man, these people crazy. This brother right here, crazy as hell. But once again, we've heard worse. Once again, we're smart enough. We're not emotional either, you guys. We're not emotional about this. We're strong enough to handle the bullshit and then once again decipher it for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mound City Mellow in the building. Definitely appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate our love too, man. Definitely appreciate it. So this is no disrespect to any Native Americans. Once again, us telling the truth is not being disrespectful. Because a lot of times, a lot of people of air quote Native American descent, or they bipolar and confused too. Because on one hand they mad at Elizabeth Warren and the pale skins, and then turn around and mad at us. We're your mothers and fathers. We're the living, breathing, walking ancestors of this land. Y'all gonna have to respect it to check it. More on the respect side, y'all gonna have to put some motherfucking respect on our names. That's what y'all gonna do. I'm like Birdman with that. Y'all done and y'all finished. You know what I mean? That's what it's about for me, man. We're going to have to stop allowing people to take from us and then turn around and act like we're taking from them. American culture is Negro culture. American culture is copper-colored people, American Aborigines, period, across the board. They didn't bring shit here. From cowboying to inventions, nothing. These people didn't bring nothing here. I need to tell y'all that. So we need to stop allowing these people to tell us this. Now, we have more affinity for Chinese food than in African foods or any Native American foods. Now, it's not to be disrespectful to any Africans or Native Americans, but we have more of a connection to Asian foods here, right, than those foods. Why is that? Right? If Native Americans has been here and this is American culture, right, then we should be going to fast food restaurants. getting some flatbread and doing some other things. You should be able to tell us what Native American food is. You should be able to tell us what African foods are. You're not gonna be able to do that, especially the African things, because those foods are borrowed. Those dishes are borrowed. Like you go to one of their restaurants and be like, yo, because I went, because I was trying to, like make myself, you know what I mean? Like see what they were doing when I seen the menu, just seen like, yo, what is this? What is this? What is like fried rice? Y'all got this? You understand what I'm saying? So I didn't see any authentic, air quote, African dishes. I'm like, what's going on? So a lot of things were brought there, whether it was through conquest or whatever, or through trading, but they don't originate there. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of things that they think that you think that originate, say, in Europe, it didn't actually originate in Europe. So I just want to point that out. We're gonna get ready for this other video, man. I haven't seen this one yet, man. It's like 4 months old. The Philippe Shock Matthews video with the brother Dr. Clyde Winters, right? You got anything else you want to say about the Jack D. Ford video, man?
Nah, bro, you said more than enough.
Yeah, that fool right there, man. No, I heard you. Thank you. I definitely appreciate that. Yeah, man. I mean, just a few more things. I think about it. I'll come back to it. I definitely wanted to, we'd have been halfway through that video. We would have never got through that boy right there. So, yeah, we had to let that play. But yeah, I kind of spoke on a few things, as we went as well. But yeah, Jack was definitely speaking with a forked tongue. I just want to point that out. Chinese food was cheap, and they had a carry out in every hood.
not to mention that he even got the documentations because he put it in his book about how somebody, like, in his multiple occasions, it was even other people who he didn't put in because he said he had to make 3 books about it. But situations where a person is being described like robbing the Indian, and then 2 years later, now they're being classified as robbing the Negro. Constant seeing that throughout the northeast section at that. You feel me? So we talking about, the New York, Virginia area where a person will be classified as Indian, then a couple of years later, now they're a Negro. So he spoke on, I don't think he spoke about that in the video, but I done read some of his work. And, I'm just like, damn, even in the midst of him bringing some truth out, I'm still wondering, like, why you still pushing this narrative when the evidence say otherwise? He should, after seeing what he brought out and listening to what he's saying, you would think at the end he'll be like, hey, look, man, the American Negro, these is Indians, because everything about the American Negro, he studied, found it Indian. With the African shit, you feel me, this shit is suspect.
Super. But he knows that, though. He literally knows that, especially in 1998 when he did this situation right here. I was in England and I had a bunch of Jamaican friends and I wrote this poem. What? Like, dude, come on, fam. Like, y'all gotta see this. Like, read between the lines. A lot of times too, when you're seeing this stuff, you have to have discernment when somebody's pulling the wool over your eyes. We see it a lot in this community. Matter of fact, I actually sit back and watch people lying to people and saying shit that's not true, and see people amen them, fire emojis and all this dumbass shit. No, it's not right. Y'all wrong. I'm calling niggas out. When I say I'm gonna call the motherfuckers with the fire emoji, that means that you ain't smart enough to have any type of balls or any type of for yourself. I know a lot of people ain't gonna go read all these books. So now what you're doing is saying, okay, who I trust to interpret or read a book for me or the whatever, right? Well, check this out. Your 13-year-old can read probably better than a lot of us, right? Doesn't mean that they have discernment or whatever to be able to fucking teach on the said subject. So a lot of times you got people running around here talking about they teachers or they doing something, right? But they are literally regurgitating not only the books that they're reading, but the talking points. My nigga, you're not bringing nothing. You're just being a PBS special at this point right now, and you're actually doing a worse to the community than that.
Then helping.
What's happening?
You feel me? That's what make us different
Try.
from the other. That's what make us different from the others, bro. You know, just like the brother Tyrone. Like I like the brother Tyrone, but he said some shit that day on your panel that I totally disagree with. That I know to be fucked up, and like egregiously wrong, bro. And when I tried to correct him, he got hella fucking emotion. You feel me?
Who's Tyrone?
Tyrone Lou.
Oh, Tyronn Lue.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's about growth, man. If I'm saying something negative or not right and exact, please, like that's what we supposed to do. Okay, brother, that's right. Okay, thank you for that. Not be all emotional about it and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's not building, man.
I can't sit back and let nobody say some pseudo ass shit in front of me. Now, if a nigga say some shit I never heard of, bro, I'm willing to sit there and listen to the evidence of why they said. Just like I ain't gonna lie, a couple of times with the languages, bro. When I first heard you say it, I was like, man, this nigga cheap on some bullshit, bro. He's pseudo. But then when you start going into the evidence and break it down, I was like, damn, nigga. Like, I ain't know that, nigga. Like, I just learned something and shit. You feel me? That's why even when I bring it up, I say shout out to you and Lotus. Because y'all the one that put me on game on that shit, bro. But not knowing and not sitting back and watching you present the evidence, I ain't gonna lie. At first, I thought that shit was crazy, bro.
Which part?
The shit, you know, the shit about nigga the English shit and everything, bro. Like the languages they was speaking up over there, bro. The first time I heard y'all say that, bro, I ain't gonna lie. I was like, I fuck with bro there, but nigga, that shit crazy as fuck. But then y'all went over the information. I was like, damn, nigga, I'm stupid as fuck. It's been in my face the whole time.
I mean, they tell us, bro. Like, you know, even when you look up American English, right? And they'll be like, oh, it's primarily indigenous language. It's like, what? So it's over 70% indigenous languages, right? Languages, because they borrowed, air quote, from all the different tribes and then consolidated it and then said, oh, well, you don't have a language no more, so you guys are extinct as well, right? So they killed us on paper. They killed millions of us on paper, right? And you said something earlier, like, so we never had the Racial Integrity Act in 1924, right? That never happened, so they never changed niggas. I know one thing for a fact, right? That we have went over a timeline, you know, in the last 100 or some odd years of them changing our classifications. That's only social. It's not legal to be black. It's not legal to be African American. It's not legal to be a white American. It's not legal. Okay? America is the home of the brave, the land of the free. This is free land. This is not a slave land. Okay? Period. I don't know why people think it is, but our Constitution is a freedom document. This is not a slave document. Period. So once again, they're writing their concepts. They're writing this shit into history, historical context. It's just not true. Let's see.
Well, what they did was, bro, they played this politically correct game, right? And what happened is that words that we used to use in terms because they had to understand it, they convinced us that those was disrespectful, and then to take on the words that we actually said was disrespectful. Like, you couldn't call nobody black back in the day, bro. They'd have punched you in your shit. But niggas black and proud, bro. And that all started with movements and shit. And then always go attack the kids first in the school system and shit. That's how they was able to always push out these narrative agendas. It always started in the school system with niggas that think they smarter than the next motherfucker because they went to school. Don't none of that shit ever start in the home system, bro. Everything that you see, bro, that we done took on today, you find it starting in the school system with the kids for them to push it on to the next generation and be at war with the generation before them. And now terms that we used to be able to use that was easily to denote who the fuck you was, if a motherfucker try to call us that today, like right now, if a white motherfucker calls somebody a Negro, bro, they'll be ready to fight because they think they called them a nigga. But with itself, African American all motherfucking day, black all day. Even though if you had a time machine like Bill and Ted and went back to 1920 and be like, great granddad, grandpa, you feel me? I'm from the future. man, I'm here for the black people. And, you know, Grandpa gonna take that. He's like, man, you black, be proud. And Grandpa gonna put them hands on his ass. You know, them old school slow punches, and you wondering why a nigga just ain't moved out the way because the first one shocked the fuck out of him. Like, bro,
but you know what that's called, man?
About, bro?
That's called Indian school. Okay. And the whole strategy was, right, they wrote about it in a book called Rabbit Proof Fence. You guys got to read this book. This book is off the chain, right? But they made a movie about it. And they talk about it doing this in Australia. And it's set in the late 1800s and the 1900s, right? More like the 1900s, like 1920s and 30s, right? So they're talking about basically taking the Aborigine people, taking the children, and literally bleaching them out, right? But what they do, not only that, but they give them certain information, obviously church stuff, you know, language, don't think the way you're supposed to think, right? And then they put them back into their tribes, their communities. Now, of course, you got a nice little suit on, your haircut, you speaking their language or whatever to be able to trade with them. Y'all see how this works? To be able to communicate, to be able to trade, right? Now, when this happened in Rabbit Proof Fence, when they literally talking about kill the Indian, right? They did this in America first, hundreds of years first. Canada, right? You know, in America, we talked about the Moors, Indian charitable school. You know, we broke that stuff down. Who was the Moor character and all this other stuff, right? You know, how they pushed it, you know, and affected our culture by putting these people back into our communities. So that's what it is. So just like us, we went to college, then we go back into our communities. Now we arguing with our grandparents, we're arguing with our parents about being Africans, and they don't know nothing about Africa. But we assume because you sent us here to get good grades that you just are not privy to this information. See what I'm saying? But once again, that you said something that was key, that we go into war, we're having generational wars amongst our people based off of the information that's given to us in these schoolhouses, right? I think that's really interesting, bro. Really interesting insight. Okay. Real talk. Truth dropped out. Still got Taz in the building. Hey, let's pull this video up of Dr. Clyde Winter's interview on the Fleet Matthews show. So we're gonna pull this up, you guys. I don't know, we might get a song in before we do that. Yo, pull the song up in here. Matter of fact, before we do that, hold on, you guys. I wanna get this video pulled up. Hold on 1 second, you guys. Hold on, you guys. I got Cass. He's patiently waiting back here. I'm gonna see what he got to say. Hold on 1 second. Cass. White Jesus. Can't hear you. You're unmuted. You must want to go back in the backstage. So yeah, man, peace to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. You guys join the bill. CNO Sports. Appreciate that, brother. Really do. Shout out to CNO Sports, man. Shout out to all the new people, man. You new, man. It's your first time in here, man. Press GOAT is our thing over here, man. Press GOAT if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, man. We want to say, hey, man, thank you guys. Thank you guys for waking up. Thank you guys for supporting the movement, man. We really appreciate you all. No cap over here, man. That's what we on, man. We're here to love on y'all, man. Love on who love you, man. So just want to say that. Shout out to Nikki Nakia. Appreciate the only builder, sis. Really do. Like I said, man, love on who love you. Yeah, White Jesus he must have fell asleep or something, yeah, over there. But yeah, man, like I said, man, love them who love you. We're gonna keep building, man. We're gonna keep bringing the heat. And like this is applying pressure, man. We're just gonna keep applying pressure. You already know, man. Once again, like I said, we're about to pull up this interview with Dr. Clyde Winters on Philippe Shock Matthews. And it's a lot of great content on Philippe Shock Matthews' channel, man. Like I said, I actually enjoy the work that he does over there for years, man. So I guess I want to say appreciate him, appreciate that. So yeah, man, hold on one second, you guys. We're gonna pull this up. Let's get right into this thing, man. Here we go, brother Philippe Shock Matthews, and they call Dr. Clyde Winters, or they call him the Magi. So yeah, let's just get right into this thing, man. And I want to say, peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. Let's just get right into this thing, man. Let's go.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to First Frequency of Oneness, Shock Metaphysics. I am your host, Rev Shock, the Metaphysical Morpheus, a.k.a. Shocktopus Prime, a.k.a. Suge Shock, a.k.a. Suge Shocker, a.k.a. Metaphysical Gangster, a.k.a. Why does he do this every damn time? Shut up and get the show started. We're back with Dr. Clyde Winters, and he is coming again with some heat tonight. Fam, and he's going to be presenting the first foundational Black Americans, the Paleo Americans. This is one for the books. Welcome back, my good elder. How have you been? How's your week been?
It's been just fine. I'm getting along okay.
Wonderful, wonderful. You're looking good. You're looking good, and I'm looking forward to this lecture, and I've got some questions, of course, for you on this topic. I want to send a shout out to Michael Scott. I see you were up there saying he can't wait. Derek Fuller, welcome back. Tiana Bean from Bermuda. What's going on, Queen Mother? I love you so much. She is so supportive and has been following our stuff for years. George Montgomery, I see you, brother B1. This is a topic that again levels the playing field. Some people are going to love what they hear, and then there's going to be some that are not going to really like this at all. So that being said, how did you become interested in the history of Black Indians, particularly?
Well, I became interested in it because of my mother and my wife, kind of. Let me
okay.
Talk it.
Sure. Let's get your PowerPoint. I forgot you had PowerPoints. We should have got that set up in the green room. We were in there talking about all kind of good stuff that we're going to be bringing to y'all. Some conversations that need to be had, and also some history and information that needs to be corrected. All right, here we go. Okay, we're going to put that up, port it in, and then we're going to go full screen, good doctor, so the family can see everything. Family, are you able to see that in full screen? So if so, just hit a yes in the chat. Brian Bino, I see you out there, brother. From another mother, George Montgomery, Emil O, Melissa Johnson, Jerome Walker. Welcome. The family's coming in. Go ahead, good doctor. Talk to us about this.
Okay. Well, what happened is that my mother, she told me. She was telling me back in the day that we were Choctaw. And so, of course, when she said we were Choctaw, I said, well, okay, so what? And the reason I said so what was because of the fact that back in the 50s and 60s, it was a lot of Western shows, a lot of cowboy shows. And when you looked at the Westerns, the Indians always got killed. The Indians always lost. And so naturally, I felt that, being a Choctaw, that was nice. But, I think I should look at my African heritage a little bit more because we had ancient Male. So I didn't really think about it too much until I got to be a senior.
Okay.
When I got to be a senior in high school, I decided I was going to do a survey. And in this survey, I asked the other senior students how many of them had Indian Indian ancestry. And I was surprised that it was about 60 to 70%. Said that they had Indian ancestry. And so, I said, wow, that's cool. And but I really didn't I really didn't do a lot of research into it. Okay, as you can see, here we have some of the full-blooded Choctaw, and you can see the current chief. The current chief of the Choctaw in Oklahoma is a white guy. Yes, white
That's
guy,
crazy.
because he's one of those
Wow.
$5 Indians. But as you
I
can
was going to
see,
say, yeah, absolutely.
yeah. Not only that, but see, what they did in Oklahoma is that anytime a black person or a black Indian or a Mongoloid Indian, anytime they found oil on their land, they had to have a white supervisor. They had to have a white supervisor help them manage the oil fields. And usually, what the white supervisor did is that usually he would either marry him or have the Indian marry their sister, and then the Indian or the black person would die, and then they would take over the wells. That's one of the reasons why. That's how the FBI was kind of began in the way to go investigate what was going on down in Oklahoma. But still, they didn't try to stop it because they just felt it was okay. But again, as you can see, when my mom said that we were Choctaw, hey, she was right. But I didn't really get involved in it. Then when I got married, my wife, she was, she was very interesting.
Beautiful.
Oh yeah, thank you. I miss her a great deal, but hey, the mother goddess, you better hold him while you got him. But she had a very interesting background. On her mother's side, her mother, she didn't know what Indian tribe she belonged to because all she remembered was that her grandmother couldn't speak English. Her grandmother only spoke Indian, and she remembered that her grandmother was mean. And so but on her father's side, her father, they came from Georgia. Her mother came from Arkansas. My parents came from Mississippi. But on her father's side, he came from Georgia. He was part Cherokee, and his dad was Cherokee, and his mother was Blackfeet. So as you can see, the Cherokees, most of them were black. What they did in the old days, and one day I may do a discussion of our Indian heritage, but I'm not going to do that today. But the interesting thing about that is that, as you can see, what they did is that to take the land away from black Indians, they would always say you were colored, or they would say you were a free black, and in this way they could take away your land. For example, in Rhode Island, among this one Indian tribe, they had a 4-mile reservation, and the white man eventually kept taking the land, and today they only have 3 acres. Only have 3 acres because white people have never tried to have treaties with black Indians. What they did is just took our land and did whatever they wanted to. Under this girl, you can see Sequoia. Sequoia is very interesting. We don't know if that's how he looked. This is a made-up painting of a Sequoia, but if you notice, he wore a turban, and he's quote unquote invented a writing system. But it wasn't really a writing system that he invented. He was just using the by-writing system. And as you can tell, he was deeply influenced, by Muslims. And it's very important to remember is that, sure, when the Moors say that we were here before the white man, they're not lying, but you still don't want to take a Moor identity. Then on the left side, on the bottom, we see a Blackfoot. This is a Blackfoot child, and then we see in the center a Blackfoot Indian. It's very important to understand that whites have never really wanted to respect us for our Indian heritage, and the fact that we're both African and Indian. You see, but what I'm going to talk about today is I'm going to try to explain to you why they're so afraid. Wow. And one of the reasons that they're so afraid of it.
We say we African and the Indians.
Because the fact is that they know the real history. See, just because they don't tell you your history they know our history, and they know who we are and what we are. They know that we're first frequency. And because they know that we're first frequency, that makes them afraid.
Ashe. So then the question is, who were the first foundational Black Americans? Who were the first FBAs, if you will?
Okay, let me share the screen again.
Okay.
Just who are the first Americans, not who are the first Black Americans. That sound crazy. Who are the first Americans, sir? Stop the bullshit.
Okay, the first foundational Black Americans were called Paleo Americans. Okay. And they call them Paleo Americans because what they found is that when they found these skeletons, and when they began to examine these skeletons, what they discovered is that these skeletons were not of Mongoloid Indians. The people who they put on TV today, the Apache, the Apache and people like that, those they were not the original Indians. They found that these Black people, and the reason they called them Black people is because the fact is that they did what's called, reconstruction of the faces when they found the skeletons. And when they reconstructed these faces were of Black people, just like you and me, you see. And so this was very dangerous because what it proved is that Black people had been over here for 100,000 years. You see.
Wow.
Quatrophages, he was a French researcher. What he did is that he had reported numerous Negro tribes. As you can see, here we have some Paleo Americans and Mongoloid Indian. On the right, on the left, we have Naya. She's from Mexico. We have Lucia, which is from a woman who was found in Brazil. These skeletal remains that they use to reconstruct these faces are over 13 to 15,000 years old.
My God.
We've been here. We've been here. But what they always tell you is, you better go back to Africa. No, you better go back to Europe because we belong here. We belong here because we are the Paleo Americans. But as you can see, we look nothing like Indians. What they use to really determine Paleo Americans is what's called craniometrics. And craniometrics, what they do is that they study your face, they get a skull. When they study the face, the facial features, they can tell if you were an Asian or Mongoloid person, a European person, or if you were an African or a Negro person. And the way that they can do this is they have certain measurements. One of the things about the cranium they can show the difference between the races is around the nose. There's features around the nose that will in a sense show that you belong to either an Asian population, a Negro or African population, or a Mongoloid population. And what they found is that all of the Paleo Americans, they always say that phenotypically. In other words, they have the same traits as Africans, Australians, or Melanesians. You see, they never just say African because the fact is that they don't want you to believe that Africans did anything except come over here and work for them. But if they tell you that the first people over here were Africans, then you might think, hey, first frequency is kind of cool. Hey, first frequency has been around here a long time. You see,
real talk.
And so what they found in a sense is that there was a puzzle. And this puzzle is, where did these Mongoloid people come from? Because they don't find any skeletons.
Now, didn't you say earlier, Dr. Winters, in previous appearances, wasn't there 3 different types of migrations that occurred?
Yeah, there were 3
after the first frequency people were already here. and then there was a mating kind of thing, you know, and some of that admixture got more mixed up. Can you refresh our memory on that,
Okay,
beloved?
what happened is that the first, and that's what we're going to talk about in this this particular series. The first people came over here about 130,000 years ago.
Okay.
130,000 years ago, there was no way to walk into America because of the ice age, because there was ice all over, all the way into Asia and the northern part of the North American continent. You know, parts of America all the way through Canada up into parts of Alaska was under ice. Although this area was under ice, Black people were sailing over here from Africa beginning around 130,000 years ago.
Wow.
And then when they came over here from Africa, they began
Hold
to
on.
have these
Wait.
ancient sites.
Stop this
What
right
happened
there.
is that
I can't.
after 12.
No. You have to have evidence, sir. You have to have evidence of these Africans coming over here 130,000 years ago on boats, sir. You have to have this evidence. You have to give us the evidence of this. Now, if you guys remember, we've been applying so much pressure that we had played this a month or two ago, and we showed you guys when Professor James Smalls, piece of that God, told Sonetta, and to Sonetta's credit, it wasn't live. He uploaded the video, right? Even though he know this is the death of Pan-Africanism. When Professor James Smalls said that Africans had been coming to America on vacations and so on and so forth for over 250,000 years, my jaw dropped, right? I thought it was amazing. You know what I mean? So we were talking about this man right here. Dr. Clyde Winters is saying that Africans got on boats 130,000 years ago. He does not have one shred of evidence for this, but he does know that human beings were here in the Americas. They're saying 130,000 years ago, but there's evidence of millions of years of human activity here in the Americas. Not according to me, according to them, according to science, okay, that we've been here. We never came here, okay? He's still stuck in the out of Africa paradigm, you know. I don't know why he is still stuck on that, but we're going to edify him, you know. So shout out to Dr. Clyde Winters, but yo, you're contradicting yourself, my brother, you know, because you're not going to be able to prove that so-called Africans came to the Americas 130,000 years ago on boats. They can't even prove that Abu Khari and Mansa Musa even existed or came over here on some boats. They're never going to be able to say, okay, well, this is where they made the boats. Say, here's a shipyard. But we could say, hey, according to them, that dugout boats, right? And that's interesting that Jack D. Forbes said that they were in dugout boats 50 BC, you guys. That's amazing, right? But it's not as amazing if you understand that they have evidence of dugout boats here in America that was in open seas at least 50,000 years ago. This is what they're saying, not what I'm saying. That niggas cut trees down. Our ancestors cut trees down here, hollowed them out, and at least 50 grown-ass men could get in these damn trees and go into the water. According to this is evidence. This is not what I'm saying. This is evidence. And Dr. Clyde Winters knows of this evidence. But he'll still say that Africans came over here 130,000 years ago on some fucking boats. That's just not true, brother. And so once again, you're going along with the out of Africa hypotheses, which he knows is not a fact. He also knows that the theory of evolution is not a fact. He also knows that that's a part of the eugenics society. Okay? Now, he has taken an oath to his PhD. It's just facts. We did a whole build on PhDs and all these other things and the oath that these guys have to take. So just wanted to point that out. You guys, Once again, these social constructs that they're using as well, we're gonna have to edify these guys on these social constructs. No such thing as ancient Africans, my brother, right? And once again, you don't have no evidence of Africans coming on boats 130,000 years ago to America or no place. Okay, so I just want to say that. Press go. Let's go. Sheesh.
This area was under ice. Black people were sailing over here from Africa beginning around 130,000 years ago.
Wow.
And then when they came over here from Africa, they began to settle and they began to have these ancient sites. But what happened is that after 12,000 BC, through a period of deglaciation, much of the ice began to melt. And then as the ice melted in Alaska, as it melted in North America, then you find, in a sense, other Black people coming here that walked from Asia. And okay, we find, in a sense, that the first people to arrive in the Americas who were Black that came from Africa were the people we call Australians. Next, we find around 44,000 to 22,000 BC, we find that the Khoisan people in South Africa, today they talk about the Khoisan having the Asian fold and other things. They sailed to America. But around after 12,000 BC, we see the Anu begin to migrate from Asia into the Americas. And after them came the modern Africans like us, who are taller. And we began to come into America after the Anu by land and sea. But they'll tell you that the Paleo-Americans, they were, in a sense, a Negro people. You know, and the most important thing you have to remember about this is that they did this and they knew this. You know, the white men always knew this. You know, this guy named Howell, what he did is that he began to develop the measurements that we use to determine what racial characteristics a cranium might have or a skull might have. You know, he had found right away that Black people had been here, because he originally, when they first talked about people coming from Asia, they weren't talking about Mongoloid people. They were talking about the Australians, or maybe Melanesians may have walked from Asia into the United States. And they had already known, even as early as the 1900s, that, you know, as Black people found in Brazil, Colombia, Florida, southern Patagonia, throughout there. But what happened is that the Americans began to say, hey, we can't let it be known that some Black people were here in America first. And they didn't want you to know that Black people were in America first, because that meant that we, yes, owned the land, which was proven by the fact that when the Portuguese and Spanish came to America, they called the first inhabitants Indians. And they called the first inhabitants
That's not true.
of North America and the Caribbean Indians because they were Black.
Fantastic.
Just like the people who lived in South India.
Fantastic.
See, you know, the Portuguese and the Spanish, they didn't trade with North India where there were light-skinned people. They traded South India among the Tamil, the Pandya, the Tola, Chola.
Amongst their own people.
Yeah, and so these were all Black people. And these Black people that came from Africa. And so what they did is that after they found these skeletons, they began to reconstruct the faces of Naia. Apiuna, he lived, they believe that he lived among in the same place, Lagoa Santor down in Brazil, where Luzia lived. When you look at this Luzia skull, Luzia is very interesting because last year they burned down the museum where Luzia's bones were.
Are you serious right now?
Yes, they burned it down. And then shortly after they burned it down, then they came out and said that Luzia was really white.
Wow.
They made a whole new reconstruction. But see, that's what history is. See, ancient history is I'm white and I say so. In other words, whenever they find anything disturbing about ancient history, they always try to say that this or that is so. That's one of the reasons why ancient aliens has become so famous. Because they're talking about things that First Frequency did that they don't understand how we did it. So rather than say that black people did it, say that First Frequency, like you, Reverend Matthews, and like the audience, instead of them saying that it was done by First Frequency, they'd rather say it was aliens from outer space.
Right. That's right.
Facts.
Right. You're absolutely right, Doc.
It's scary.
That's how sick they are.
Yeah. See, how can they tell you that you were the first people in America, not just the first people on Earth, that you were the first people in America?
That's right.
That means that you know this place. And then if you were the first people in America, how can they say you can't learn in these damn schools? How can they say that your kids should be put in special education? How can they say that your kids are dumb when they learned everything from you?
I got something that I've got something that might be a tad bit discerning. I want to put this up on the screen for you, Doc.
Okay.
Somebody named Angel says salute, but with all due respect, Dr. Winters is vested in the out of Africa theory, now being revisited by archaeogeneticists. Aborigines are Mars or Moors all over Earth. MAUR. Yeah. What's that about?
Okay. What happened is that some people, they want to say everybody's a Moor because the Moors, but the Moors didn't appear until Islam. It was black people already out of Africa before Moors. Moors wear turbans. You know why Moors wear turbans? They wear turbans because turbans in Islam is a sign of your education. A lot of people over here wear a turban because they just think it's fashion. No, it shows that you were a teacher or a professor. But the whole point is this, is that the out of Africa theory is the only theory that we can have. And I'm going to explain to you why. A lot of indigenous people who live on reservations, like the Narragansett and a few other black Indians, who were able to keep their reservation credentials. They want to believe, in a sense, that they're a unique people. No, you're not a unique people. I'm sorry to say, you're not a unique people. See, you're not a unique people, and I'll explain to you why. We don't have any evidence. We don't have any evidence of people in America. Maybe the Ice Age destroyed it, but we don't have any evidence of people in America before Africans came here 130 years ago. The reason we know that these people came from Africa is that the tools, the scrapers, the arrowheads that they used were first used in Africa. And if they were first used in Africa, they had to have come from Africa, right? You see?
Absolutely. Bullshit.
So that's how the white man took over Africa. That's how the white man took over North America. You want to know why, Reverend?
Why is that good, Elder?
They took over Africa and America because we were always tribalistic. Manchi, Seminole, Creek, Algonquin, whatever. We always count ourselves a bunch of different people, and he used that against us to fight each other. And as we fought each other, he took the land away from us. There's only one way. There's only one way for us to return first frequency, and the only way we can return first frequency is get out of this tribalism. Call yourself a Moor, a Hebrew, or Christian. There's nothing wrong with being a Christian. That's your religion. There's nothing wrong with being a Muslim. That's your religion. There's nothing wrong with being a Hebrew. That's your religion. There's nothing wrong with saying that you're Narragansett. That's your ethnic nationality. But to the white man, you're black.
Come on. Yes,
so
sir.
You have to be B1.
That's right.
B1.
Everybody
B1.
put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. They already started. CC, I see you, goddess.
B1.
I see you. Darlene X, I see you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tariq Nasheed, when he said foundational Black Americans, he created a term that includes all of us.
That's right.
It includes all of us. Instead of saying I'm this or I'm that or I'm that or this. Look at Africa today. Africa today, they all fighting each other. Why? Because you got Muslims in the north of Nigeria, Christians in the south. Then you got the Igbo fighting the Ojibwe. Then you got the people in the river states. They feel over and over again. When will we learn?
Yes, sir. Come on. Bring that eldership.
Be one. But Black
anatomically
modern humans came to America 100,000 years ago. And we know.
Well, I guess that question was answered. Thank you, Angel. Hopefully you got something.
The reason we know this is we look at the skulls.
The
skulls tell you they were Black people. Yes, you're right. You're right, sister. It was Black people on every continent.
Excellent.
But they came from Africa first because Africa is the most stable continent. Yeah, it was a little ice in Africa on the Atlas Mountains, but for the most part, Africa's never had to suffer that stuff.
I like what Deneen says. Deneen is new to the show. She says we seeded the whole planet, and that is accurate. That is exact. That's a great way to say it. We seeded the entire planet.
That's right.
That is correct.
But
yes.
When the white man tried to tell you that all races came from Africa, that's a lie. As we discussed in the video, and as we discussed in the talk on the races, they originated outside Africa, in Central Asia. It's never been any white people or Asians in Africa. So when they teach you that, that's a lie.
Doc. Hold on. For some reason, this is Sabrina D is asking how did we seed the entire planet coming from the continent of Africa? And I appreciate the questions, and I want to get this cleared up before we go back to your PowerPoint. But I want to have this conversation with you, Elder, because as I see it, there's a thing called the desirability bias, and it's part of the 175 critical thinking eras. And the desirability bias is when we think that everybody thinks the way we think and sees the world the way we see the world. Well, we know that's not the case. So that's why we're doing what we're doing right now. Now, from my understanding, and you're going to correct me if I'm incorrect, there was one point when all the continents were connected, but of course everything came and was gestated in Africa. But then as that population, as us, we began to grow and expand as a populace, we began to travel. We began to move out into various different places, and then that would seed all of the other continents because we were here first. And even if maybe, I don't know, and you're going to tell us, even if there were continents that weren't connected, we built ships. We started moving about and started relocating to other parts of the world. Is that the answer for Sabrina on how we seeded the entire planet?
Gondwanaland, when the various continents were united, that was 5 million years ago. Human beings don't Homo sapiens do not occur until about 300 years ago. So it couldn't have been like that. Also, you got to remember that whenever there's a tectonic change, and whenever the continents split, there's the various continents are on various shells, and they move around.
Those plates, yeah.
Those plates, and so what happens
tectonic
is that
plates, yeah.
Whenever they move dramatically, there's a lot of earthquakes and all that type of stuff. Remember during that period, the dinosaurs and all that were killed off. But what happened is that in Africa, we talked about this in earlier lectures. They had what was called Mega Chad. They had Mega Congo, and Mega Chad was over 100,000 miles wide. A lake. It's only 2,000 miles from Africa to Brazil. Think about that.
Wow.
In Africa, Mega Chad was 200,000 over 100,000 miles wide. And so then the Black people in Africa, that's why we find so many rock inscriptions or rock depictions of boats in the Sahara. You know, we find all these depictions of boats because that's how people got around. They got around on boats.
There you go. There you go.
And
Now
see,
let me hold on. Let me add this too. Sabrina is coming with. She says, "How do we know?" Question mark. I thought we were all from one landmass, Lemuria, Lemuria, and that became America, Asia, Africa.
No, Lemuria is a different. Is a whole different place. Lemuria is what you would call Lemuria is what's called Kumari Nadu. The white man made up a lot of bullshit. He talked about Mu. He talked about Mu, and he say Mu is Lemuria and Lemuria. No. Lemuria is based upon what the Dravidians talked about, Kumari Nadu. Kumari Nadu was a land that connected East Africa, India, and Australia. And so people could at one time walk all the way from East Africa all the way to India or Australia. Wow. The white man teach you that this landmass disappeared millions of years ago. But the Dravidians in India said it didn't disappear, millions of years ago. It disappeared only a few thousand years ago. In fact, the Pandians go back there. And so, as I said, is that you have to do your own research. When they talk about Mu, Lemuria, that's made up shit. I'm sorry. That's made up stuff.
Don't apologize. That's why you are our elder.
But Kumari Nadu is a little bit different. And so
now let's get back to our PowerPoint here. Paleo American. Hopefully that answered the questions for you goddesses out there.
And if they come up with any more questions, it's fine. But again, I'm going to tell you guys is that.
Okay, hold on. This is this is probably as close to a debate as you're gonna see on my show. Angel says salute. The geologic record dates North America the oldest landmass. This fact cannot be disputed. It is not a theory. This is what she's. I don't know. So let's get it on and popping. That's why we're here.
I'm not gonna even entertain that.
Okay. All right.
That's silly. That's silly. How could it be the oldest landmass? Remember, if Gondwanaland was the original mega continent, right? It included Africa, South America, North America, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if Gondwanaland existed, and it included North America, South America, and Africa, which one is the oldest? They're all the same. Think, young lady. I'm not trying to put anybody down, but you had to think.
Yeah.
Think. If you think, you see, yes, I'm going off what the white man said, but the white man supported it with archaeology. You can't say North America is the oldest continent when North America, South America, Africa, and all of them were at one time connected.
Exactly. There it is.
And if they were connected, how could one continent be older than the other one? See?
This is why we love you.
And so, and that's why if you go back in time, that was millions of years ago. The dinosaurs ruled the earth at one time. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to go up and in. But see, the white man, I'm just going off what we can discuss in terms of skeletal remains and archaeological sites.
Okay, I'm going to put this slide back up here.
On this slide, what's that?
I'm putting the slide back up. Go ahead, Doc.
Okay. On this slide, you can see the Paleo-Americans. We have Kennewick Man, we have Panau Woman, we have Naia, and we have Lazia. And these people all, these skeletons are all dated to around 10,000 years ago. In the map on the other side, you can see where some of the various skeletons were found. Like we can see on Your Knee Cave up in Alaska, dates to 10,000. Kennewick Man, Anzac Trial, Pelican. All of these different sites on this map is where they found Paleo-Americans. And again, these Paleo-Americans, because of the structure of their skulls, these were African people. The Paleo-American sites, they date between 6,000 and 100,000 years ago. And so, again, we can see some of these Paleo-Americans. We find in a sense that the first migration to America probably was with the Australians in 130 BC. But we found in a sense that, and this is very interesting, the white men always want to tell you about the Clovis culture. And the reason he tells you about the Clovis culture is because he wants to, in a sense, say that America was only occupied after the end of the Ice Age. See? Because he knows if the Clovis culture, which occurred around 12,000 years ago, if there were cultures in America before 12,000 years ago, that means that those cultures had to come from only one place on the planet Earth. Africa. They couldn't have came from Europe because the Beringa or the Bering Straits, whether you cross from Asia into Alaska, that was under ice. It was under ice for thousands of years up to 12,000 BC. But although that area was under ice, we find these black people in America. Some of the sites that they found sites from Canada to Chile that date between 20,000 to 65,000 years old. For example, Oak Grove Basin in Canada is 38,000 years old. Orang Grande Cave is 36,000 years old. At Pedra Furada down in Brazil, 45,000 years old. And at Bluefish Cave, Yukon, Alaska, 24,000 years old.
Wow.
See? But those people who are in Alaska that date to 24,000 years old, they couldn't have walked into North America because it was blocked by ice. See? And so the only way you can get there is that. The most interesting people is this whole idea about the people in California under 30,000 years ago. This guy named Richard Cerruti, he found the mastodon bone. And this mastodon bone, and here's a picture of the mastodon bone. The interesting thing about this bone is that they use tools. We would call them scrapers and hammers, but they use tools to trim the meat off of these bones. And by trimming the meat off on these bones, that shows in a sense that it had to have been humans to use those tools. They haven't found any skeletons so far that I've heard of that are 130,000 years old, but they say that people had to have used those bones. And here's a picture of some of the people that used to live in Florida. You see? Wow. And as you can tell, most of them a lot of them look Melanesian. But we don't know how they looked under 30,000 years ago, because I believe they were Australians. Okay. There were two glaciation periods. One glaciation period, and when I say deglaciation, that means when the ice
started to melt.
Right. And so one period is 140,000 to 120,000 years ago, and the second period is 14,000 to 0.7 years ago to 12.8 years ago. And they always try to teach you whenever you go to class that that these people came during that second deglaciation period, and these people were supposed to have brought Clovis tools. But what they found is this: they found at many sites dating to 24,000 years ago Solutrean tools. The Solutreans were people who, in a sense, lived in Europe. But not only did they live in Europe, they really originated down in South Africa. You see? And so on this map, we can see how the Solutrean tools, they came up from South Africa, and then they went into Iberia, or what we call Spain today, and then from Africa, they came to North America. They had to have come from Africa because, again, you can see that they couldn't have came from Europe because it was covered with ice. How could the people have stayed warm? And back then they believed people were coasting. coasting around the continents. And the people were coasting around the continents. when they got up around North America, they would have froze to death. The ice would have been too thick. So the only place these people could have come from was Africa. And we know from the tools. Many people have found, in a sense, that the interesting thing is that the early Americans, the Paleo-Americans, when they did genetic studies, we're going to talk about that later. When they did the genetic studies, they found that these these early Americans, they were basically they had the same genetic profile as the Cro-Magnon people in Europe at that time. Many people, they try to tell you that the Cro-Magnon people were the original white people. Not. White people were not up here until 1500 BC in Central Asia. Cro-Magnon man is 44,000 years old. And Bali and Valos and fossil man, they noted that these ancient tools used by these Europeans were Solutrean tools. Here we can see a Grimaldi statue. And right next to the Grimaldi statue, we see a Khoisan. Do they look alike to you? They do to me too.
Absolutely. Wow.
And that's because of the fact that the Khoisan was there. We also find other artifacts from what they call the reindeer age. And here we can find artifacts that also relate to these Khoisan, because the Khoisan, as I said before, when you look at Mega Chad and you look at Mega Congo, and then in South Africa, they had the Bakongo Lake. And just think about a lake being over 100,000 miles.
Yeah, that's crazy.
100,000 miles.
Wow.
They just sailed all the way from South Africa, taking their tools. They sailed all the way into North Africa. Then they went to Morocco, and then when they went to Morocco, these Khoisan took some of their tools and some of their weapons and went into Spain, and they introduced the Solutrean tools. Other ones came over here. The most important reason that we know about the Solutrean culture is that Dennis Stanford and Bruce Bailey, and across the Atlantic ice, they talk about the fact that, look, they found Solutrean tools dating between 25,000 and 13,000 years ago. They found them in the Sinmar site, the Metacraft Rock Shelter in Pennsylvania, Oyster Cove, the Chesapeake Bay, Cactus Hill in Virginia, and Miles Point sites. All of these tools, excuse me, that relate to the Solutrean culture, they're not found in Siberia. They're only found in Africa.
Absolutely amazing.
And Spain, where the Khoisan took them. These are some of the tools. As you can see, what they do is that, I remember when I was taking archaeology back in the day, a professor would get in there and he'd have a little stone and he'd chip the tools. And so what happens is that these are tools. These are Solutrean tool points. They call them projectile points. That's just an arrowhead. And so when they look at these arrowheads, they see that they're made in a specific way, and that when they try to chip them off, they had to be chipped in a certain way. And this shows that the Solutrean people, the Khoisan from Africa, the first Paleo-Americans, they brought these tools from Africa. That's how we know, young lady. That's how we know that they came from Africa.
Why don't you show us it in Africa, though? Show us the artifacts in Africa, sir. Don't do that.
If the tools are dated to an earlier period in Africa than in Spain, than in the Americas, those tools had to have been first made in South Africa. You have been brainwashed.
I've got to put this up by Bantu. He says, "Back to the drawing board, Angela. Peace." Now let's do this.
Angela, please.
Not Angela. Angel. She says, "Well, this is going to be interesting here. Let me put the camera back on us, and now let's see here we go. So there's two things that she says she's gone, but I don't know if she's still there or not. But she says Dr. Winters is citing theories. I graduated gold in geography and geology. It is a fact North America has the oldest mountain range in the world. All right, so now you just told us that at one point all of these continents were together. And so if the continents were together, then that's called simultaneity. So whatever the oldest is, it was because all of the continents were together. So of course it would be the oldest landmass. But when it separates, when those land masses separated, you're thinking that it separated and or that it was miraculously showed up on its own and is separate from the landmass that it was originally connected to. How am I doing here, Doc?
You're right. I mean, I love Angela, and I've seen her on other sites, and I think she means well, but if you got to go, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying the facts. Look, anybody after this talk, go look up Gondwana land, and you're going to see all the continents on the Gondwana land, and they separated. If they were already existing at the same time, there's nothing that you could do earlier. Mounds are formed by plates crashing into each other. One plate goes under the other, and when that plate goes under the other,
can we stop it for a second? I gotta address
this. Rise. That's okay, but you can't have an older geological.
Hold on. Let me address this real fast. First off, let's just start here, right? Dr. Winters, as well as Philippe Shock Matthews, understand this and understand right now, okay? There's no such thing as continental drift, okay? You have what's called the seafloor. So the land masses are still connected. There's no continental drift, broke away from Africa, whatever. What the sister is talking about as far as geology, right? We're talking about coming out of the primordial waters when things were formed, when land was formed, right? You have this thing called volcanic, and things like that. Land is formed from volcanic rocks, hence basalt. You know what I'm saying? So you can tell, just like trees, right? Like all trees aren't the same age, just like the land is not the same age everywhere. This is just facts. So when you dig in deeper, you find this. So I just, I mean, not only the fact that he's saying that, things are coming out of Africa, he's basing this out of a lot of speculations, out of Africa theories and stuff. And the sister was absolutely right. He is talking a lot of theoretical stuff. Now, once again, if you're correcting these people, you can't use some of the stuff. You got to throw it all in the trash. Once again, we talk about Behringer, we talk about Clovis, we talk about all these things, and you're giving the dates. Once again, he contradicted the dates, because now if you got older dating of people here in America that predate this whole Clovis conversation or the Behringer conversation, you got to throw that in the trash. If you have boats here in America, depictions of boats here in America, you got to throw that in the trash. So why are you talking about something, if you're talking about something 130,000 years ago, then turn around and start talking about something that's 13,000 years? I think it's kind of crazy at this point. You know what I'm saying? So as well as all the rewriting and the renditions and stuff. So when we're talking about these people here, they didn't say they were Africans. They said they were Negroes. Let's start there. And then he said that these people are Australians. Okay, Australia means southern land. Australians, we're talking about Australians. We're just talking about southern people. Period. Period. So once again, he's regurgitating something that has not been proven. Period. So the people in Brazil are not saying that they came from Australia or anywhere other place. They said they always been there. and the archaeology bears witness to that. So I just want to point that out to you guys. I couldn't take it no more. All this continental drift, there's a sea floor. That means if you can hold your breath, right? That means that you can walk. If you can walk 10 miles, that means that you can walk from North so-called Africa to Spain, because it's only 9 miles. Okay, your ass can walk right up out of there. So that means that Spain is not drifting away from Africa. It's still connected to the north coast of Africa. You have more water, right? The Mediterranean Sea used to be a savanna, so there wasn't a sea there. See how this works? This is how this works, you guys. So what he's talking about is past fake. There's no continental drift. There's a sea floor. So it's water covering places, covering land. It's land that was above water that's underwater right now. But we know this, whether it was naturally flooded or it was flooded by these fools, we know this is facts. Okay? So I just want to point that I could not let this go any further for saying that. So I just want to say that. So I want to get back to this, you guys. Very interesting conversation. We'll open up a panel after this and break this down. So shout out to Philippe, shout out Matthews, and shout out to the brother Dr. Clyde Winters. But you guys are wrong on this one, and you guys are regurgitating a fallacy. Let's go. Let's go.
At the same
time, right? But over time they separated, and so guess what? It's like a loss of memory. You're on a particular continent, and you think you're on the oldest continent, and you're looking at the other continents and saying, "Nah, that can't be. We're the oldest." No, you all were the oldest at one point, but you don't know because you woke up when the continents were separate.
That's right.
And now this is the argument, and it's not even a debate. It's a way. It's like Dr. John Henry Clark says. I don't care what you think. I just care that you think. That just makes sense.
And not only that, but when people put that argument, and I know some indigenous nationalists, they try to put forth that argument that makes you look stupid. It makes you look stupid. I'm not calling anybody stupid, but it makes you look ignorant when anybody can look at Gondwana land and see all the continents pushed all together.
Right.
And then they separated. So how can one be older than the other?
Right.
But see, but again, you have to think. And so then we know
Let's put it back. Let's put this back up here. Let's put your PowerPoint back up. Okay, here we go.
Okay, we know the Solutreans could not have came from Europe. They had to come from Africa because the ice was there. And these are the Paleo-Americans, Naia and Lucia. And then we can see the first Europeans. Here are the first Europeans. The first guy in the middle. Shutterman. He's from England. And then here's your first Russian. Cro-Magnon man.
Wow.
See, this is Cro-Magnon man. See, when you read those books, they say Cro-Magnon man was the first European, and then Cro-Magnon man, he spread the Stone Age artifacts across Europe. This is who he was.
Wow, I love this. This is great.
He wasn't British.
I'm also going to send a shout out to Karen Luton. I love you, Goddess. I'm with you on that one. I feel you, Goddess. Go ahead, Dr. Winters.
So here we can see that although up in the north there was a lot of ice, we can see that when those black people, the Australians, next is the Lutherans, when they came from Africa, they went across into the Canary current. Then they could take the Gulf Stream, and they could have went to North America, or they could have taken the North Equatorial Current and sailed to Brazil. Remember, let me explain to you. See, people cannot even imagine how large Africa is. If you ever notice, I was talking to somebody the other day, and I was saying, I wish I could see a map of how Africa looks from outer space. They never show you any. They never show you any views of Africa from outer space, and I think it's because it's so massive. Think about that. Mega Chad was over 100,000 miles wide.
Wow.
And it's only 2 1,000 miles from Africa to Brazil. But this map makes it look like it's a great distance.
Wow. Wow.
But Africa is just so massive. You know, if somebody else, some of you who went to South Africa, you know how long it took you to fly. First, you had to fly into Europe. Then from Europe, you had to fly, and you may have stopped in North Africa to get refuel. Then you took hours and hours and hours to get to South Africa, because that continent is massive. So again, it's a Lutheran culture. They originated in South Africa. They took it into Brazil. Took it into Iberia or Spain, and then across to the Americas. That's the only way you can explain it. You see? So,
Ashe.
What does this tell you? It tells you that aberrational Africans have always been in America. Yes, you've always been here. The first Americans were black. The Mongoloid Indians are interlopers. This is our continent.
Yes, it is.
Apuana,
yes,
Kennewick man. The Paleo-Americans were black. Since the Paleo-Americans were black, they're your ancestors. They're your ancestors. Every black person did not come over here doing slavery.
That's right.
It was black people already here. And then when some of us came over here doing slavery, they, in a sense, they just threw your might among the rest of the colored people. That's why they called us colored people. That's how they were able to steal our land. They called us colored people because of the fact is that they didn't want to acknowledge who we were and where we came from. You see, you had to remember.
Go ahead, Doc.
You had to remember. When people say that foundational Black Americans are unique people, they are so correct. They are so correct. And what makes it so correct is that I used to always, back in the day, when I was teaching Afro-American history, and I would teach my kids, and we would talk about, the free blacks. And then one of those kids, he was no good. One of the kids said, "Oh, Mr. Winters." I said, "Yeah. Where did those free black people come from?" He said that you said, they were talking about me, you said that they wasn't freeing black people from slavery. But how did these free black people keep showing up in the statistics and the census? I said they were just free. I didn't really research it. Now that I've researched it, they were black Indians who, after the white man took their land, called him a nigger. Called him, but he didn't use the word nigger back then. He said colored people or free black people. See, that's why you see this increase in all these free black people, See, the white man, he was real slick back then. What he'd do is that he'd always say the last Indian died. And the last Indian wouldn't be dead, but they would say the last Indian died so they could take some more land. And then before you know it, they took all the land from black people. See? And so then those black people who are lucky enough to stay on the reservation as they claim, fine. But okay, come stop it. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. You see? My wife, her background was Blackfeet and Cherokee and some Indian that they couldn't even speak English. I'm Choctaw. What the hell does that matter? So the white man, all he see is another nigger. All he see. You better be B1.
You better be B1.
You better be B1. Because see, if you're not B1, you're opening yourself up to become third frequency.
Yes.
And eventually fourth frequency as you try to fight your ancestry. My ancestry. And your ancestry is African.
Yes, sir. Yes,
my
sir.
Heritage is Mississippi because that's where my daddy came from.
Right.
And my mama.
Right. I love this. Doug, last question on this is that why should we know? It's a rhetorical question, but you got to ask because we want to hear what you have to say. Why should we know about first frequency Black Americans? Why is this topic Why is this subject radically necessary for us to get? Obviously, we've answered the question through the work, but
we have to
codify
know,
it for us.
We have to know that we have to know we are, because the fact is this is that we have to understand who we are and where we came from. And when foundational Black Americans understand who we are and where we came from, then you have a better opportunity of knowing it. You see, the white man, he tries to teach you a lot of stuff. Let me share the screen again.
Sure.
I'm going to try to hurry up and get through with this.
No, you don't have to.
The God.
You don't have to hurry up.
The God of the white man today.
Okay,
the God of the white man today is DNA. And so he always wants to teach you. No, he always wants to pretend that that this DNA shows that he was first. He was the first Egyptians. He was the first Creed. He was the first every damn body. They tried to use Kennewick Man for a long time to say that Kennewick Man was white, and a lot of people used to and in fact, when they first made the reconstruction of Kennewick Man, he looked like the captain of the Star Trek, Picard. but really, he was a Paleo American. But see, a lot of people don't know that the Paleo Americans, in a sense, had DNA, and some of this DNA we carry today. Right here, you can see a lady called Nieda Guidan. Guidan, Dr. Guidan, she's in Brazil. And she found in Brazil all these sites, 100,000 years old, that were made by Africans. She says they were made by Africans because we know they couldn't have came from Europe. And look at how far away Brazil is from West Africa.
Wow.
2,000 miles. See?
Wow.
We're not talking about hundreds of miles. We're talking about only 2,000 miles. Eurocentrics, they love to lie about everything. Whenever they look at an ancient skeleton, when they look at Nahia, Apicua, also Luzia or Kennewick Man, they always say in a sense that the phenotype is Melanesian. Here we see Melanesians, Africans, and Australians. They're all Black people. But the white man, to confuse you nowadays, he tries to tell you that the only Black people is in Africa. And do you know what? Some ignorant people do not believe that Melanesians and Australians are Black, even though they look just like us.
Wow.
See, but this is how people can teach you a lie. And if they teach you a lie long enough, you believe it. You see? But we also find that the Paleo Americans, as I said earlier, were just like the first Europeans. Here we see the first Europeans. The first Europeans were Khoisan, and we know that in a sense the first Americans were also Khoisan. We find that the Khoisan, or the earliest Americans, they believe they belong to what's called the M haplogroup. See, years ago, I sent a paper off. I was kind of, it was my first time really writing on our genetics. So I sent a paper off and I said, the M haplogroup does not appear in America. And so I wanted to read, whenever you have a peer-reviewed article, that means that other people who are experts in the field, they read your article and they tell the editor if they should publish it or not. And so then one of the people said, "You're wrong, Dr. Winters. The M haplogroup does exist in the Americas." I said, "No, it doesn't." But then they showed me, because see, the M haplogroup is haplogroups A, M7. Every haplogroup the Native Americans carry, the Mongoloid Indian, is from us, from Black people. I found out that haplogroup M was common. The oldest skeleton from China Lake in British Columbia, 5,000 years old, carried the M haplogroup. See? And so
absolutely amazing.
And see, but the European, he tell you that there's no genetic relationship. We find in a sense that Kennewick man, we don't know too much about his DNA, but Pinot woman, we don't know. Naia, we do know, and Kennewick man. What they found is that the oldest skeleton in North America is of Anzic boy. The Anzic boy, he practiced what's called he practiced what was he belonged to the R1 haplogroup. And it's very interesting, because see, a lot of articles, especially the Estes article, they talk about the fact that Anzic boy belonged to mtDNA M or D1. As I said before, when I say mtDNA, that means the matrilineal line. That's from the mother's side. The Y chromosome of father's side was R1. R1. And so I used to write a lot on this website called Egypt Search. And so when I pointed out the fact that R1 is found among Black people, they took all the articles off the internet that said that Anzic boy was R1. I mean, somebody said they must look at Egypt Search, but that was back when it was Afrocentric. And so this is very interesting because see, if the Anzic boy in Europe carried R1, then we also find that the Isham skeleton from Liberia and the skeleton of the Malta boy also carried R1. R1 haplogroup. And this is interesting because see, the white man tries to teach you that R1 is his haplogroup. That's a lie.
Wow.
Professor Gates at Harvard, his parents tried to tell him he was Indian, but he said he wasn't Indian. And when they did a DNA test, they found that he carried an R1 haplogroup. He said, "Yay, yay! I'm white." No, you're not white. Black people carry R1. You see?
Wow.
Let me explain to you what they do. I know a lot of you, anybody that's taking a DNA test, whenever you take the test, they compare your DNA to modern people. And they might say you got 10% Angolan, 15% from Morocco, maybe 1% from Spain. That's the same thing they did with the Anzic boy. Here we can see right here. These are some of the things that when they compared the Anzic boy mtDNA, they found this mtDNA match M. It matched M1, M23, M3, M30, M9. But the white people said, aha, it also matched D. So they just said that the Anzic boy, his mtDNA or matrilineal line was D1, but D1 just means M1. But here you can see, you could have said Anzic boy was matched with anybody, but they specifically said M1, I mean D1 or D4, because they wanted to say D to make it look as though it was different from you. Because some of you out there carry M1. Do you know what this means? Okay, so this is what another person who compared the Anzic boys stuff. You can see that the MT haplogroup was M7, M3, M2, M1. And the Y haplogroup was what? J2, R2, and H1A. See? They just tell you whatever they want to tell you.
This is amazing. This is great.
They tell you whatever they want to tell you. See? And so then when we find
this is great. Hold on. We take that off. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what we find is that if Anzic boy belong to mtDNA M and D1 and the Y chromosome, that's deep because let's look at Afro-Americans. Later, after they read my piece on Egypt Search, then they started saying that Anzic boy belonged to haplogroup Q. Now this is deep. You see, they said he belongs to Q, but look at this chart. As you can see on this chart, only 2% of Native Americans carry Q. But look, foundational Black Americans, Afro-Americans carry 31%.
Wow.
31%. So
wow.
Even if they say Anzac Boy belonged to Q, he was still you. Q.
My.
See? And then let's look at this. The reason that he wanted to get away from R1 is that here's a chart. And they found that that foundational Black Americans, as you can see, they carry 23% R1B. Do you know what that means? That means those of you who are R1, you relate to Anzac Boy. That means that some of you out there who belong to the R1 haplogroup and the M1 mtDNA haplogroup, that means that you're still carrying genes that our great grandfathers carried. That shows continuity.
Yes, it does.
That shows continuity. And so why do you think the white man's scared of you?
Right.
I'm scared of you. Oh, I'm one of y'all. I'm scared of you too. Because you know what that means? This is your land. Foundation of Black Americans is your land.
Tell it to them.
See, you're still carrying the genes that your ancestors carried. We know at least 12 plus 2, 14,000 years ago.
Wow.
14,000 years ago.
Wow.
See, and then they did a DNA study of Kennewick Man. As I said before, they tried to make Kennewick Man look like Picard on Star Trek. And they found that Kennewick Man carried the X haplogroup. What about the X haplogroup? Oops. Who? What? You mean the X haplogroup also came from Africa? Yes. Yes.
Family, I tell you, this is this. I want to say this, Dr. Winters, if I may, before we talk about the special report that you produced for us. As I mentioned earlier in the beginning of this broadcast, fam, that this is going to be a little controversial for some of you. It's going to, Dr. Winters brought up a very, very significant point in that it's our tribalism that is killing us. It's holding us back. Now, let's understand something. When we talk about trauma, when we talk about this concept that Dr. Joy DeGruy produced called vacant esteem, when you have been reduced to your lowest form, when you have been told you are nothing, have nothing, no matter what you do, there is no such thing as Black excellence. When you have been successfully colonized, domesticated, suppressed, depressed, and oppressed, it takes a toll epigenetically on our brains. There's a neurobiology that we have a difficult time being told no, and we have a difficult time being wrong because we have DNA in us that is not supposed to be there, but we have a DNA in us that because of this trauma, when we are made to be or feel wrong, either publicly or privately, but particularly publicly, we will fight tooth and nail almost to the point of literal stupidity just to be right. First frequency doesn't try to be right. First frequency tries to be free. Because when you're right, you're in what Dr. Edward Nichols refers to as dichotomous logic. Right, wrong doesn't exist. There's only one science, there's only one people, there's only one mind, there's only one God. Now, when you are suffering from, and you haven't self-diagnosed, but all of us, myself, everyone has certain levels where our self-esteem has been hijacked. Now, remember, you can have low self-esteem, but low self-esteem is still a sense of self. And so what happens is when you move into that vacant esteem, unbeknownst to you, because this is happening before your brain is fully developed, this is what's happening to you in childhood, you start to want to gravitate toward any group or anything that justifies you and makes you feel necessary, makes you feel needed, makes you feel wanted. See, this is the reverse psychology of what the Amu second frequency has done to us. They are the ones that really don't matter, which is why they're trying to write themselves into a history that they don't exist, because they have the lowest, they have the original vacant self-esteem, or vacant esteem. They're the ones that they can't find any history where God said yes to them as first people. And as a result of that, they feel like, you ever heard the term second class citizen or stepchild? They feel genetically like a stepchild. They don't have a first history, they don't have a first story. So you understand why they did what they did and why they do what they do, is because the further back they go, they become extinct. They don't exist. They don't have a story. They don't have the beginning of the beginning before the beginning began. They were not chosen by the creator to be first to populate the entire planet and master the heavens and the earth. They weren't those people. But guess what? They want to feel like they matter. They want to feel like their existence has purpose. As a result of that, that's why they have done what they've done. But now that has infected us. And as a result of our tribalism, oh, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Nation of Islam, I'm a Hebrew Israelite, I'm a Moor, I'm a this, I'm a that. Nobody gives a shit when you have nothing to contribute to the planet other than your tribalism. You can't even trace your own tribalism back accurately. We're talking about B1, first frequency. We're talking about the first, prime. We're not primitive. Primitive is a derivative of prime. Prime means one. It means first. We are the first people. We had tribes. Let's say that back in the, we didn't, but let's say back in that time, we had all of those tribes, the Yakamors and the Muslims and this, but they were all one African people. And so if you get caught up because of your vacant esteem, you don't want to be wrong publicly. All of the stuff that you've been taught all of your life, I think it was Angel that was saying, I went to school and got this gold standard in geology. We got all of this stuff wrapped up in our ego, self-efficacy, self-image, and our self-esteem. It's hard sometimes when you wake up after 40, 50, 60, 70 years and realize that everything that you have been taught, or some of the things that you have been taught, has been a lie. It's hard to accept that, and I understand it and I get it. But here we're trying to heal our people and reveal to them for the first time. Many of you are going to experience and have experienced, but have not yet met your divine self yet, because you're so caught up. We're so caught up in this false identity of being a Negro or a nigga, third or fourth frequency. We know we're B1, but what does that really mean? How do you act? How do you move? How does that work in our cellular system? This is why, family, we don't debate, because you can't debate law. You can't debate the science of it. You can talk about it and might not like it or agree with it, but the reason why I seek out, again, the concept of shock, the reason I seek higher, omnipotent, conscious, cosmic knowledge is to find the experts to be able to restore our first frequency and to restore us and let us know and show us with maps, and also with Dr. Clyde Winter's 40, 50 years of research. This is who you really are. I have been lied to. The moment that white boy on the boat came here in 1492, all bets were off, because we got told that this is who we are. And then some of us woke up and said, well, let me go out and find some more research and find some more data. But some of that data and some of the scholars that we have studied were quite aligned. They were third frequency. They were lied to. And so I'm trying to bring Dr. Winters on, because I can't find anybody like that Dr. Winters. I'm sure others exist, and other scholars have been on the platform, like Dr. David Imhotep. But between David Imhotep and Dr. Winters, this is the closest you're going to get to the era of Van Sertima and Joe, Sheikh Anta Joe. These are the scholars of today that have even taken the scholarship of Van Sertima, Rashidi, and Jupp, and challenged that information and put new information because of new research on top of that. Dr. Winters, what I love about this cat is he is a researcher, and I never really got that. I never really understand, research, yeah, I read a lot and study a lot and watch a lot of stuff, but a researcher, the fact that he is peer reviewed, that means something, because that means it's no argument. It went from a theory to a theorem. It's like it becomes unequivocal. And I haven't had any other scholars on that have that level of scholarship that kind of shuts you up and shuts you down and shuts up the argument. Dr. Edwin Nichols is another brother. It's 55-year plus framework. He's undeniable. It's indisputable. And that's why we're bringing the elders and honoring our elders, because we have to wake up and stop this tribalism, get our self-esteem back without, I am a God, whether I am a Muslim, whether I'm a Yakamor, whether I am a Hebrew Israelite, none of that matters. Professor James Smalls, Leonard Jeffries, and Wade Nobles was here in Sacramento some years ago, and we hosted them, and we had a Q&A session, and of course, some of the Hebrew Israelites came up and was trying to usurp Professor James Small's PowerPoint and his work. And James basically said, stop. I don't give a damn if you're more Hebrew Israelite. None of that matters. And this is Professor Small. He says, none of this stuff matters. What matters is that we're all Black people. We're all B1 people. And that was 6 years ago when he was here. So this is why Dr. Winters is on this platform. I do appreciate you guys reaching out and asking questions, but we're not debating. We don't do that. You can go on other platforms and do that and enjoy yourself. We're here to correct the correction that has been misappropriated and redirected to keep us confused. I am not confused. I know where to go to get the source of information. I know how to do deep primary research. And then the difference is I have the ability to talk to the actual people who are doing and have done the research, and then bring them to a live platform like this so that we can bring it to the family. That's all that we're trying to do here, fam, is to teach you why you are the best of the best. Leo Wright, I love you. Bayete, I think you're from South Africa. That's where I heard Bayete when I had King Bungana III on. We are the same people. Yes, we are one people, the same people. And it's the tribalism that's killing us. That's how they got us. That's how we lost. That's how this happened, fam. Understand, let's not repeat history. We've got to let this thing go and look at, what does B1 mean? What does first frequency mean? What does foundational Black Africans or Americans, what does that mean? Versus, I don't believe in it, that I'm a this and I'm a that. No, because to the Amu, second frequency, interesting enough, second frequency sees you as B1. But they call you a nigga. They see you as a collective. They don't see you as a tribe. They see you as one people that, because of your existence, it's very hard for them to exist and matter. So if they can see you as B1, why can't we? Go ahead, Dr. Winters. Talk to us about, if you have any comments about that, as well as the special report that people will
Okay, well, I'm gonna be finishing up, but Kennewick, man, he goes back to, if you can show the slide, he goes back to the Colville tribe. Here's a picture of the Colville tribe. You see? But they tell you that Kennewick, man, was a Mongolian, was a Mongoloid person. He wasn't. They always say that Kennewick man, you know, he had African genes. But the thing is, this is that what makes it so bad is they tell you this lie. You see, these are the California Indians. These are the people that he's supposed to be related to, and they say, in a sense, that the closest relative to Kennewick man was Arikara. And here's a picture of the Arikara tribe. What I'm trying to end this, and what I'm trying to say is this: it's very important to remember. You see that we, foundational Black Americans, we are the Paleo Americans. We never left here. We always been here. It's like what Reverend Matthews is telling you. Is not what there's nothing wrong with us. Is what they did to us. You see, is what they did to us. I showed you using their evidence, their archaeology. I showed you who were the first people in America, the Paleo Americans, the first foundational Black Americans. I showed you that even their DNA, they would tell you that the Paleo American DNA has nothing to do with Mongoloid Indians, but it does have something to do with you. See?
That's right.
You. Do you get it? I'm just talking about us over here. Nigerians, they're proud of Nigeria. Nothing wrong with that. Caribbeans, they're proud of coming from Jamaica, Trinidad. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm a foundational Black American.
Facts.
My ancestry is African, but my heritage is Mississippi Choctaw. See? But I'm B1 because when they look at me, just like they looked at the other foundational Black Americans, they always saw you as the other.
That's right.
See?
Malcolm taught us this.
Yeah. And they took our land.
They don't give a damn what you are, Christian, Catholic. You're a nigga.
Right.
That's what you are to them. You're colored. You're the other. Yes.
See?
Yes.
And they want to keep you. See? They gotta keep you. They gotta keep you. You see? They gotta.
This is why we have to do this for ourselves. Somebody, let me put this if I can find it. Where is it? Let me put it up in the chat here. Okay, I think this is it. Darlene X. This was very, very moving. She says, right now, I'm more interested in finding out about our history. The more I learn about our history, the more I come to love myself and my people. That's what we're doing. That's it. That's it, Darlene. That's what we're doing. That's why I do what I do, because I love myself so much, because I understand now that because God, the Creator, created me and you and us first, that means something. In this system of second frequency, ain't no love for the matter of fact, quiet as kept, they don't love themselves.
They don't.
So how the hell can they love you? But they try to make you think that you ain't this and you ain't that. They try to say, well, Black Lives Matter. Well, we know brother Ron Spears, the physicist, says Black matter lives. We are Black matter. Black matter is the only matter. Ain't no other matter. We are it. We are it.
Outer space is carbon. Carbon is black. Carbon is black. All human beings are based on carbon. That means they based on your blackness. See,
right,
but the point is this: is that when I was younger, people would say, "Here come that black guy," and they would say that because they would say that because I was teaching their history. But I showed you today. I brought you the receipts and then some. I brought you the receipts and then some.
Come
to
on,
show
dog. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
The first foundational Black Americans were the Paleo Americans, and you and you and you are out there carrying those genes. Yeah, I didn't want to talk about being Choctaw back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
The Indians lose. But I didn't know at that time we all lose when we don't accept our identity. Because our identity is B1. 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 You gotta stand on it.
You
gotta stand on being black first. I don't care if you're in London. I don't care if you're in the Caribbean or whatever. You know, I'd like to thank a lot of people who've joined me on Patreon, and some people.
Wonderful.
I've had people join me on Patreon, even I think it's someone from the Caribbean and another one from London. So and they ask me questions and I answer the questions. So I invite all of you to join me on Patreon, and also Reverend Matthews has Patreon too. But the most important thing is this, as I told you. See, we're not here to jive you. We're not here to play no jive.
No.
We're not here to give anything that you can't prove.
That's right.
See, I don't spend time writing those PDFs.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
I spend time writing those PDFs so that you can have the receipts. So you can have the receipts. And when you're talking to somebody and you're saying, well, Dr. Winter said this and Dr. Winter said that, and they say, where's Dr. Winter's receipts? If you got that PDF, you can show them the receipts.
I'm putting it in the chat now. There it is. There it is, family, for you.
We want you to know who you are, and not just to feel you're great.
Right.
Not just to know feel you're wonderful, but it's to know.
That's right.
It's to know. I showed you how right in front of your face, they're using their DNA and they're using their archaeology to white you out of history. I know some of you young people don't know nothing about whiteout, but those of us that are old school, when we used to type up stuff, we used to get a bottle of whiteout so we could erase the character on the paper when we printed it, and that's what they've done with you.
That's right.
They tried to white you out.
That's right.
You see?
Now, there's a question in the audience I'm going to address, and I shouldn't, but I will. And the reason I'm going to address it is because it deals exactly with what I am dedicated to doing. Somebody asked, I'll put it up on the screen. Will this help our reparations case? You see, when you don't know who you are, you're asking someone who has successfully colonized, domesticated your mind, took from you, yes, took from us, yes. But it's not about reparations. It's about self-repair first. You can't, because if you, let's say that we get reparations, $100 million for everybody. All you're going to do is give it right back to the white man.
You want some Nikes?
So, you keep talking about send me the checks, write the check and all of that BS. That's great. But you have to first know who you are to have a value. If you don't have any value, then you just want somebody to repair you. Now look at what you're doing. You're taking someone else and putting it outside of you, say someone else can repair me, needs to repair me. No. I repair myself. I don't need the check. I am the check. See, I'm off the grid. This is why I teach affiliate marketing and all of this. I don't take any, I use white people. I use European technology, but I don't make any money from the group. I make money with B1. There's 3 billion black people with a cell phone. Why the fuck would I spend my time and money and energy trying to get a check from something European that's foreign, that's trying to kill me and damage me? That's dumb. But I was a third frequency Negropean. I got it. And I wanted reparations, and I wanted the white man to suffer, and I wanted him to feel some kind of way. I don't give a shit about this group. I care about and love my people first. And my job was to prove to me first that we were first frequency people. Once I found that out, that was it. And I don't, we need to grow up. We need to think. We need to get this healing and this trauma out of us so that we stop being a victim and keep going back and asking the same people who've done us the most harm, trying to get some good out of them. That is just insane to me. Go ahead, Dr. Winters.
Okay, yes, this does help with reparations. You may not know this, but there's many foundations of Black Americans that have petitions in the American court.
Yep.
And in the Court of the Americas, most of the briefs, and a brief is a paper that you submit in a court case. In these briefs, there's a frequent mention of my articles, because see, many of my articles on genetics and archaeology, they're mentioned in these briefs because see, my research in terms of the Paleo Americans, the Black Native Americans, what it does is that, as I'll tell you, what happens is this: the white man rarely made treaties with us, and because the white man rarely made treaties with us, then therefore, in a sense, you have to prove that you are indigenous. You have to be able to present documented evidence and cultural evidence to show that you're indigenous. What my articles prove, and why they're used in the Court of the Americas in these briefs, is that it shows, one, a genetic base, two, it shows an archaeological base. Also, another thing is that my research also shows that we still have our culture. The white man taught you. He taught you lost your culture. He taught you that he took everything away from you. He raped your mama he raped our African mothers
and daughters and
for
sons.
300 years. But he raped those of us who have Choctaw, Ichi, Seminole, Creek background. They raped our mothers for 400 years since 1526.
That's right.
That trauma is there. That trauma is there. But see, we're fighting in the Americans' court to try to get reparations to prove that we were here. See,
that's right.
The white man did a paper genocide on us. And what he did is that he took away our land and he called us colored people. He called us free blacks while he took our land. He didn't let you call yourself Cree, Seminole, Cherokee. He let some people. I have nothing against the Mongoloid people. When they came here, we adopted them. But your FBA, Foundational Black American, you have no allies. You have no allies.
Dr. Clark says we have no friends.
During the Pequot War.
Yeah.
During the Seminole War, our Mongoloid allies always sold us out. They always sold us out. Don't you ever believe you can go to anybody for help, because your first frequency.
That's right.
They're jealous of you.
You are the threat. We are the threat. That's why they hate us. They hate us because they hate us. We are the threat. Somebody mentioned something about Judge Brown or something like that. Third frequency hate us, hate themselves and hate us. They don't want to have nothing to do with us.
That's right.
They look like us, but they're not us. That's what's that old quote? My every skin folk ain't my kinfolk, or something to that effect. You know.
See, FBA is the most dangerous. That's the most dangerous tribe on the planet Earth. Because when you're FBA, you are the only people that exist in the history of the world.
That's correct.
That spread Pan-Africanism, B1, and that also fight worldwide white supremacy.
That's right.
See,
that's right.
These people know who I am. If you right now, if you put in Clyde Winters on the internet, you'll see so much hate because they're afraid.
Right.
They're afraid that you're going to learn the truth. And that's all I'm trying to do. Your first frequency. Reverend Matthews is trying to bring you up and understand where you're going.
Yes.
See?
Yes.
Where you're going.
You don't know who you are. You have no idea how you're gonna get there and where to go.
Thank you.
You are a wandering generality versus a meaningful specific.
I went to university. I wanted to be a Negro European. My wife, may she rest in peace. I love that lady. My baby doll was great. And she said, nigga, I'll whoop your ass. Nigga.
I believe she said that to you, too.
She did. She told me, she said, I don't worry about no woman ever taking you away from me, but you better not let them books brainwash your ass.
That's right.
Or you'll get a burning bed. A burning bed, baby. In other words, when you go to sleep on section, love your people. Be one.
Yes.
Be one.
Yes.
Black first.
Thank you. That's it. Well, that's how you end a damn show. I mean, we're done. Hell, that's it. Again, Dr. Winters, thank you so much for this. And goodness gracious, each time I say the same thing every week. How did you top your top? How do you best your best? You keep doing it. You keep bringing the authenticity. But this collection is a collective that is creating new epigenetic tags, collapsing old epigenetic tags to let us know this is why, and I forgot the sister's name, this is why you must love yourself unconditionally.
And some of the people, I know some of the people said, where can we get the PDFs without getting them? We do them every week because a lot of times I write them up. I write them up that week. There is no.
So there's a link you can go to. There's a link in the chat. Not in the well, a link in the chat, but there's also a link in the description where all of Dr. Winters' PDFs, all of his research that he's been on for these last, I think this is the 8th session that we've had. All of them are up on shockmetaphysics.com. But the links are in the, if you're on Facebook, I think the links are up top. And if you're on YouTube, the links are below. And so as a result, you should be able to get to everything that you need. Get the receipts. That's it. Because when you compile all of that data, all of those 8 PDFs together, that's like going into the UN and saying, here's the proof that I'm B1 first frequency foundational. There is no argument. Nobody can come in and try to knock it and block it. And if you want self-esteem, if you want to, if you're caught up in the debate and wanting to win an argument, here's the research for you to win. Here is the research for you to win. If you just want to be right and free, here it is. There it is. It's right in front of you.
And the thing about the Paleo Americans, I wrote a little bit about that in the book that I posted. But this is all the latest stuff, the latest genetic stuff, the latest anthropological stuff. You need to know, as a foundational Black American, you've always been here. Always been here.
Yes, sir.
Your anthropology shows that. Your genetics show that. We're not new to this country.
Nope.
We've been here and we will be here.
Absolutely. Leo Wright. Brother, absolutely love you. Mayor is the highest level and expression of unconditional love, and I marry you. I don't know how to roll my R's. I know you know how to roll your R's, but I unconditionally love you as well, Brother Leo. Baete, and to the community, you know I love you. You know the work that we put in. You know the dedication. This ain't no hobby. This is a habit. This is something I've got to do. So I love you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for supporting us. Go get those PDFs. Go to when you go to Patreon, type in Clyde Winters, join his Patreon. When you go to Patreon, type in Rev Shock, join this movement. It's more than a ministry. It's really a movement. So if you want to get the latest information on everything, how to protect yourself, your life, and everything, I'm going to next month begin a series. I figured out how to do live streams on Patreon. So now we're going to be taking some information that we can't go and do on the regular show and the regular platform, and we're just going to bring you the heat. B1 First Frequency. We'll see you next week. Well, we'll see you tomorrow, actually, with the metaphysician and the physicist. That's right. Ron Spears is coming up. All right. What do you got, Dr. Winters? Close us out.
Can you close us out?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for asking, and thank you for reminding me. I just love you so much. That's why you're our elder. This is so wonderful. All right, family. So let's do this for a moment. Let's take in a deep breath. Inhale and exhale. Let's release all of the lies that we have been told. Let's for the moment release all the lies that we may have consciously or unconsciously believed. Let's be open to the truth and something that is indisputable. We are the first and only. We are the first love of the Creator. Let go of the day, let go of the week, let go of the year, let go of your previous life. And now it begins, where I simply say and you repeat, I am one with first frequency.
I am one with first frequency.
I am one with the first thought idea.
I am one with the first thought idea.
I am one with the firstborn people.
I am one with the firstborn people.
I am one with the only one.
I am one with the only one.
Ashe.
Ashe.
And so it is. Family, I love you. Brother Billy B. Man Bird, it's his Earth Day today. Love you, beloved. I'll see you Friday morning. Can't wait to be with you and love you up. Just want to give you a shout out on the show that your barcode came in today. We love you. We'll see you next time on First Frequency of Oneness.
And cadmium and mercury to try to heal an illness. And now, of course, we know.
Hey, you guys, peace. Hey, man, you guys seen that? Let me put the link in the chat room. You guys we got to talk about this, man. So much in there is just unrealistic. You know, at this point, just off top, like I said, man, we don't have to guess. You could just physically see with your own two eyes the problem, right? A lot of truths was there. Once again, Libra said, Tariq got to him first. Nah, we've been getting at these guys for a while, so they definitely know Libra in the building. Libra, what up, though?
What it do?
Yeah. Hey, man. Sheesh. Did you just witness what I just witnessed, bro? Did you just
Tariq is a bad mamma jamma, man.
He is, man.
A bad boy, man.
He cold with it. He gonna get the employee of the year. Swear to God. So keep pushing, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
He the hardest working man on the motherfucking internet, boy. God damn.
But just for full disclosure, once again, though, shout out to Philippe Shock Matthews, Reverend Shock Matthews, by the way, as well as Dr. Clyde Winters, right? He does go against the grain a lot of times, in academia. He's saying he's fighting these peer groups and stuff like that. Here's the thing, right? You have to research their research. You can't take their research hook, line, and sinker. You know what I'm saying? Even when we're looking at the pictures of the Keswick man or Cheddar man, or even when they're showing the Cro-Magnon man and all these other people, right? 30, 40,000 years. Like, yo, it's not enough just to show the pictures. You have to get into the studies. You have to get into the conversation. We talk about the Anzac boy, right? The Anzac boy, I don't want to hear nothing about no R1, M2000, none of that. That's made up, doctor. That's a made up conversation. Once again, it's not lot. Just don't use it. Now, here's the thing. Once again, he's using their stuff against them. Trust me on this. And he made some valid points on that. But don't go there, because once again, all they're going to do is change the letters or say this and the third. They're confusing people. And a lot of people listening to Dr. Winters would be confused because he was saying stuff, hey, when they find we've been here. But then this whole time you've been talking about came from Africa 130,000 years ago. That's not we've been here. You understand what I'm saying? So that's a contradiction within itself. A lot of things are contradictory because you're still using their out of Africa hypotheses. You're still using their interpretation of the data, right? Now, once again, the reason why they even had to start talking about the Anzac boy and DNA is because they identified him as a little Negro boy. Let's put a period on that. There's a period there. They're matching his bones up with other Negroes, you know what I'm saying, of modern day Negroes. They've already said this, right? So that was one thing I think that he did great when he said that Native Americans carry our genes, as they do, because once again, you're mixed, but pale skinned people, like all peoples come from a source. We taught on this before as well. So when you start finding these things in you, you know, don't look at it as if they came into you. You see what I'm saying? They're the degenerates. See, it's always an interpretation of the data is my problem I have with them. Because once again, it's how you interpret it. See, when we talk about, when he said the foundational Black Americans are Paleo Americans, but paleo, what does paleo mean? You have to get into the words. You cannot just let this go. Paleo, just really simple, means ancient, means old. So when we say who are the first Americans, let's be clear. You can't say that these are African descents because now, what about the people from Spain who are 9 miles from so-called Africa? Are they not African descent anymore? No. Not based off of these social constructs that they never said one thing about, not one time. You wonder why? Because they're using the social constructs. He was reinforcing the system. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know if it's done willingly, because I'm not going to say that. I still feel like a lot of people are still on their journey. You know what I mean? I'm still growing. You should still always be trying to learn something, and always, don't say, I found it, it's right here. You know what I mean? Out of Africa, that's it for me, and everything is going to be interpreted from that lens. Also, when we talked about this continental African drift, all these continents have drifted away from Africa. It's fake. All this Pangea talk is fake. There's a seafloor. That's over. There's no more talk. There's no more talk. It have this thing called LiDAR that can show you the seafloor. There's no more talking. Why do y'all be talking about this? Like, this is a guy with PhD, right? Writes books, PDFs. He's about to be in the Maroon movie. Do y'all think he's going to be in there talking about slaves? And never say that the whole etym of slaves, never get into all these things, right? Like, y'all, we have to talk about this because it's very confusing when you start talking about Bering Strait, and why even bring that up if it's not real? You know what I'm saying, Libra? Like, bro, it was a lot. And the president, once again, I would expect that type of presentation from Ratatouille or somebody. Just put some pictures up and be like, people like, yo, that's not a presentation. Once again, you guys get shit confused. Pictures do say 1,000 words, but you have to, you gotta be able to explain this shit. When these people created Cheddar Man, why does Cheddar Man look like that? They literally, if you have to know the study. They literally said the dude that redid it, that did the stuff, they allowed him to use an artistic flair. That's what they call it, artistic flair, right? This is what they said. So the blue eyes and the Michael Jackson hair and shit, right? Is his artistic flair to connect it closer to these people, right? But they said that he's 10,000 years old, right? But there were people in the area that predate him 40, 50,000 years. They said it's black as tires. Okay? So you got to know these things before y'all open your mouth. Like, you got to understand that they're going to make it look like Captain Picard. You know what I'm saying? AKA Patrick Stewart. They're going to do that. This is their job to make themselves feel better, to write themselves into history, to confuse you and to make you believe something else other than the facts and the truth. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it's really interesting. Yo, I just think that's just absolutely bonkers. Were you there?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
bonkers,
I mean,
man.
the whole thing is crazy, man, because it's a lot of missing ingredients in their study, you know what I'm saying? And you know, then they talk about these tools. He kept on mentioning these tools, right? And it's like, okay, you just don't use tools for, you know, carving meat off the bones and shit. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Y'all don't even know if these motherfuckers was vegetarians or not. You know what I'm saying? It's like they just making all these assumptions, man.
Mm-hmm.
Shit is crazy. You don't even know if they even ate meat, but you gonna
Now,
put
here's
that on
another
there.
thing. Now, I don't know about you guys, but arrowheads are in America. I don't know if you guys know that they try to tell you that like come from Africa. Well, first off, you got to find where the stone come from that create the arrowheads. Like we showed you guys, was it last night with the CF apps when it showed about the Amazir. You know what I mean? And we talk about basalt stone. It's certain. It gives it away, so you know where these things were quarried from to create a certain thing. So they're not finding these arrowheads in Africa. And I actually think that he knows this. Yeah, like if you see people shooting arrows on movies in Africa, that's a movie. When you see them blotting out the sky in 300 or in China, like in these karate movies, that's American culture. It's not from there. Y'all got to know that. And how about this? How about this? How about this? How about this? You have to know that. You niggas believe elves be shooting arrows and shit because you watching Lord of the Rings and shit. This is what I'm talking about. They put this in your head. It's not true. And he should know that when you're doing this research, Dr. Winters. There's no way for you not to know that. Even when he showed the fucking thing, all these places that the arrowheads came from were in America. Why are you correlating it to Africa when they don't, that's not their culture. Spears is their culture, not arrows. Bows and arrow is American culture. My bad, y'all. See, I'm just saying, bro. Like, this is what we do over here. But I'm Googling though, right? I'm Googling it. Like, come on, y'all. This is basic stuff. Everything he put up this is 101, Aborigine 101. Now, I thought it was very interesting that they never used the word Aborigine one time. Yo, Libra.
That's on purpose, bro. That's on
that
purpose.
has to be. Yo, it has to be. It's no way for Dr. Clyde Winters to. He was like the Matrix ducking that, like. He looked like George Bush ducking them goddamn shoes. Like, yo. Hey, yo, which, by the way, is the most funniest political thing ever, by the way. Just want to point that out. But that guy got 4 years in prison, by the way, you guys, for doing that. Could have got hung, by the way. But he got 4 years in prison for that. Is it worth 4 years in prison for that to you guys? Probably not in Iraq. That nigga probably was in a box for 4 years, man, sweating. But anyway, point being is, right, that I thought it was interesting. Also, rest in peace to his great wife, Dr. Winter's wife. He told his story, you know, whatever. But it was interesting that she told him that she was going to burn his ass up in the bed if he allowed them books to take him away. Right. But, you know, and y'all know a lot of people that happens to. They believe everything that comes out these books. And matter of fact, I remember the Arm and Frost Squad and them. They were like, yo, if you wrote a book, you know, you don't have a book, you can't have a conversation with us. And I told them niggas to burn their books. They're like, we're not publishing books every goddamn day. This is like you guys on YouTube, where you're at. You know what I'm saying? By the way, your book sucked. And burn it, by the way, because you're stupid. So real talk, you guys, especially if you're pushing these narratives of these people, period. You're pushing eugenics, you're pushing Darwinism, you're pushing socialism, you're pushing communism, you're pushing all these things. This is America. That stuff is foreign. It came here. And our job, our duty, once again, which I agree with them, is to restore the feeling. Once you know who you are, you feel better about yourself. You feel better about your ancestors. You don't think that your ancestors were some cowards just because they didn't tell the story of us fighting in the Civil War fences or fighting in these wars and stuff. They just whited us out of history, written us out of history. That's the problem. Anytime you guys was helping out, you guys was helping the Native Americans, you guys was helping everybody. You guys we the most fierce motherfucking fighters on the planet, Craig. Nobody want this smoke. Hand to hand, nothing. Nobody want this smoke, and y'all should know that. If ain't nobody else told y'all that, stop being so fucking weak. Wake the fuck up. Don't nobody want no smoke with these niggas over here. Nobody. They are comfortable got us fighting against each other. Tomorrow, wanted to do it tonight. It was Friday night. I'm gonna do a reaction video on the Wallow and Gilly the King. Shout out to them. They did a interview with Lil Durk, right? Now, shout out to Lil Durk. Shout out to Take Town, everything y'all got going on, O Block, all that. Salute. You know, I know them brothers is gonna get it. You know what I'm saying? People, waking up, right? But it was Wallow went in, y'all. It was crazy, right? It's very emotional. He was very emotional. Broke down tears because he did 20 years. He sees himself in these guys. But as a bigger, older OG, bigger brother, hey, I know all y'all ain't gonna make it. Right? He giving them game. He was like, hey, you do the sweatshirts and stuff. I'm gonna help set up your website for you. I want to put you on when you're on this 17 city tour with the #1 artist in the world right here. Y'all can change our lives, man. You know, he was going in, bro. The shit was crazy. It's gonna be crazy. So I'm gonna say shout out to them, man. What they doing is it's next level. I know a lot of people don't get it. But this is our culture. You understand what I'm saying? And so for Wallow, like I've been saying this for a long time, Wallow for president. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Wallow and what he's doing, man. It's just like I said, it's next level. Shout out to Gilly, what they doing. It could be unorthodox to you guys that don't understand the culture and how to get the ears of the youth. But he said something that was interesting. He said, man, when y'all get it, when that light click on and everybody, it's gonna be crazy. That's the problem. We got all this fear and hate, and we just turn it on each other. It's about perspective. I used to have a fucked up perspective, right? Because I was a prisoner of street wars, right? As well. Shout out to POSW. It's a group I used to manage and produce, right? And in the concept, I could be anywhere. And I see brothers, I'm looking at them as an enemy. So I got a suspicious face at best. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's at best. I'm looking like that's my enemy. So I'm giving him that energy. I'm giving them that energy. My people, that energy, right? It's younger, years ago, yeah. And so I'm going to get that energy back. That's just how that worked, period. Once the light clicked on for me, I don't move in fear because that's fear. I was in fear of my own people. This ain't no nigga gonna tell you the truth. You're in fear. You're scared. So you're gonna fight or flight, right? So once again, we looking at each other as the enemy, as ops, as opposed to those are my brothers. Now I understand the all skin folk and kinfolk, but we have to change that. We have to change our perspective. These organizations, what they were created for, we have to call them on their shit. We got to hold you guys responsible, accountable. You have to be accountable for O Block, for D Block, for the jungle. Y'all got to create jobs. Y'all got to create situations to stop the young men from going into prison. Stop the young men from being killed. Once again, he said some stuff about, like I said, we're going to break it down. But bro, I want to keep going. I want to just get your reaction to anything, that you heard tonight, from Jack D. Forbes to the Shock Matthews, to anything I'm talking about. You got the floor, bro.
Well, it's basically the same thing, man. It's like they always get half the picture right. You know what I mean? And they fall back on what I consider to be. You got feedback, bro.
I do?
Yeah. Check one. Yeah. So it goes back to what I think about, I call foundation of thought, right? That no matter what information that they come across, their foundation is going to be looking from, like you said before, from a lens, that out of Africa lens, because that's their foundation of thought. And they're going to associate everything they read through that lens. And that's what's the problem. They're not really thinking with a natural mind. They're using what I call artificial intelligence, right? That's that indoctrinated mindset. That's what I call artificial intelligence. They're not thinking with their natural mind. They're thinking with that indoctrinated mind. And no matter what information they get, it's going to all come out the same way. It's going to lead back to their foundation. And I think that's where a lot of the problem is.
I mean, it's just really crazy, man. Hey, you know what I want to do? Let's play the Declaration. I think it's the perfect time. Get that on the record as well. For a lot of stuff that we've seen, we definitely need to get that to Dr. Winters and your brother Philippe Shock Matthews, or Reverend Shock, or Rev Matthews. Like I said, salute to those brothers, man. Like I said, I appreciate the work they've been doing for years. And I stand on, as far as the A team. Yeah, I know about the Four Horsemen, but the A team is. I don't think nobody on the planet can fuck with our peer group. Period. Nowhere on the planet.
I never realized how significant A1 from day one is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's a fact.
It is.
Like, bro, he didn't even say Aboriginal one time. So, but he was definitely doing a commercial for the foundational Black American, and with the Maroon movie. He should have just came out and said it. Hey, plug the movie. You know what I'm saying? American Maroons. But once again, they're going to turn that into American slaves. That's not right and exact, Tariq or Dr. Winters or anybody that pushes this narrative.
Well, the one thing that, and that's what I'm saying, man. It's like on one hand, he was saying about the free people. Then on the other hand, he's talking about, this raping of our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? This buck breaking or whatever the fuck they want to call it. You know what I mean? Like the shit is just crazy, bro. They just don't get it, man.
You just reminded me. Free blacks. Said free blacks was bad. It's like he didn't, right? And once again, that was a contradiction as well. Real talk. Like once again, if you're saying free blacks is bad and you're still saying that we are foundational black Americans, that's a contradiction. You can't say that if this is how they beat us by calling us free blacks, right? And then turn around and then call yourself foundational black American. That's just the key. This is going to save us. It's not. I'm not saying there's levels to this. Once again, you're growing, you're moving, right, into the right direction. But black is a part of a social construct. It's impossible for you to have a conversation about history and never say anything about the CASA system. And that's impossible when you're talking about mestizos and musties and mulattoes. Why do you think that was purpose as well? That was on purpose as well, brother?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, man, it all goes back to that foundation that they can't let go of, that artificial intelligence, man. You know what I mean? And they can't let it go. And that's why they always end up back in that same place. And they keep wondering, why they end up in the same place. And that I find that is, I guess they call that insanity. To know that, black is a construct. You know what I'm saying? Who gave you that? Who gave you that blackness? You know what I'm saying? Then they go into the metaphysics, and black is carbon and black is matter and all that old crazy shit, right? And that might be true in the metaphysic world. But when you come back to reality, it's not the same thing. They just, want to say, and what did Shock Matthew say? Yeah, we the same people. No, we're not. If we were the same people, we would be doing the same things, which we don't.
What do you think about him saying that Africans came over here 130,000 years ago on boats, bro?
I mean, that's the same shit because that's where its foundation is. Its foundation is out of Africa. So everything is going to lead to out of Africa. His conclusion is always going to be the same. So they always, like I say, get part of it right, but then they always got to fall back to, their default programming. You know what I'm saying?
They need to upgrade their floppy disk.
Yeah.
I mean, man.
They need a new operating system.
Man, it'd be like watching I'm Gonna Get You Sucker, man. But old boy came out in them fishbowls shoes, man. God damn. I mean, yo, man, it's like, once again, it would be different if these guys, like for me, for instance, right? I don't have a problem talking to anybody, right? But sometimes these guys be having a problem talking to us. You know what I mean? And that's another thing too. I've seen somebody say that they're Masons and that they're, still covering up stuff. Once again, we got to call. Everybody got to get called to the carpet. All that shit got to get left in the door when it comes to saving our people. And once again, it lets these people who have taken these oaths have more respect for the indoctrinizers, right? See what I'm saying? Like, okay. Like I really feel in my heart of hearts and my brain like that just if these boule or baby boule people get the right information, that they're actually ultimately come to the dark side. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, ultimately, that they will come over on the right side of history and stop being on the wrong side of history. Because ultimately, you guys are on the wrong side of history. This is what it is. I don't care what nobody say. How are you gonna get around this? How does anybody get around this? From Oprah Winfrey to whoever else you can name. How the fuck are they gonna get around this? Well, you know what your grandparents said. Like, how do y'all get around that?
You know what it kind of reminds you of, right? Don't you know how when these Republicans and Democrats act like they fighting each other? You know what I'm saying? It's like, this whole shit about, the Africans against the foundational blacks. And I mean, that's some Democrat Republican type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit ain't worth two goddamn nickels, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, but people get caught up in the shit, man. But at the end of the day, you heard what their foundation is. Their foundation is still Africa. You know what I'm saying? That's their foundation, out of Africa. So as long as they using that AI mindset, then I mean, shit. What you gonna do? You can't let that pass. You know what I'm saying? You can't let it pass. They always talking about that black first shit. It's like, nah, man, we can't. That's that. Nah. I mean, how long can we give them a pass on that shit? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, we gotta definitely address it. So when we saying first Americans, why is anybody mad about that?
That's what I'm saying, man. Why are they afraid of the term? Why are they afraid to say Aboriginal?
There's a reason. There's this taboo. Shout out to Scott Beason. Like, you know what I mean? They probably was all like, oh, Clyde Winters, everybody was throwing their hands up like, oh, shit. Well, Scott, why did you say that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, now we're going to have to do some extra work. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all got to get it, man. Like, this word is very, 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 very powerful. Words matter. And once again, no, we did not call ourselves Aborigines. However, Aborigines is a derivative of a Latin word. Don't go there. Like, I don't know why people like, once again, I know this is new information. Where did you hear that? Oh, nobody else teaches this. That's why. My bad. Hey, sir. See how that work? Nobody teaches that. The fuck? Niggas is just catching on to slavery, right? Just now catching on to it. Still can't fuck with it. That's like Infinity Stone. Niggas be grabbing like, who's you got? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, come on, bro. That's what it is, man. I don't care. I'm gonna call this shit out. I'm tired of y'all, bro. I'm tired of all you fake ass niggas are running around here and you fake ass groupie ass people. Not you guys. Y'all know the people that's gonna be listening to this. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I just like it's time out for that. Motherfuckers support the weakest shit. Motherfuckers with no plans ever. No, not a plan. They couldn't even show you a plan. Draw in the dirt, like right here. This is what we're gonna do when we get. You got the money, got the resources, right? Got certain things in place. Why y'all don't have the willpower? Don't have the man? Like, you're scared. All they got to take one of them just to send y'all a note. Put a note on y'all building and be like, we're watching you guys. Shut it down. Like, I'll be like, where the fuck are you at? Y'all talking to? Like, y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, I wish y'all, this is what I'm saying. Like, where did y'all get this spirit from? All this praying ass shit. This is why we in this position. Bowing down and submitting to shit. Why? We're not, that shit is over. And these youngsters don't want to hear that shit no more. That's the problem. That's the problem. Get out the way, man. That's the problem. Y'all better get out the way. And that's the problem. We're not asking nobody for shit. We taking what we want. We gonna take what we want. We ain't over here asking none of you, nobody for nothing. We taking it. That's the difference between us and them. They doing what they can. We do what we want to do. That's the problem. Free, we're free people. Free. So if you can't say free blacks is a problem and then turn around and say you foundational black in 2022, y'all say that's where, I mean, it's just no more talk for that. Real talk, yeah.
I'm gonna just
No more
say this,
talk.
Chick. I'm gonna say this, right? If you call yourself black, right, and you really believe that, then you're a colonized mind. And because that's what black means. Every time you use that term, that's saying that you were colonized. You might as well walk around with a ball and chain, bro. Don't you know how they used to have that ball and chain, be walking around with it? That's the same thing.
And I can guarantee you, if right now they go into any Walmart, any building with water fountains, right, and they got a white one and a black one, the blacks gonna be the main ones complaining, even if they both the same. Look how stupid that is. They gave you what you want. You get a black water fountain right there. There you go, right there, black. I think I'm gonna have to do this experiment. I think I got to do this experiment.
Oh man!
Right? Which one do I put? The black on the left side or the black on the right side, or the white on the left side, or the like? What do you?
Oh man!
Motherfuckers gonna be so mad. Do y'all know how mad y'all be? Y'all be like, do. You got to go to the bathroom. You go to the back one in Walmart, right? You walk back there. You get back there, and I got the cameras rolling. As soon as y'all see that water fountain, be like, they gonna get to crying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
a lot
right.
of them ain't gonna even just tear it down, and they just gonna be sitting there. I'm gonna have more. So soon as they tear that one down, I'm gonna put another one up. But you know who's gonna really be mad about it? The pale skins. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Not the part of the white side. Even if you put it on the left or right side, I just want to know. Like I experiment with it. Like I just switch it up a little bit. Because man, it might matter. It might fucking matter. It might matter though. Just in the psyche. Oh, they say it's on the left side, so I'll drink it if it's on the left side.
I know. Well, man.
I'm fucked up, y'all. I told you I'm fucked up. Real talk. I don't know why y'all don't be listening to me. I have a very vivid imagination. And I love like tormenting fools. Like, I think you're a goddamn fool if you believe this dumb shit this long. Like, it's too long. Listen, y'all. Listen. When I say that there's no competition, there's none. You know how they can be talking like, so they don't. Why ain't nobody trying to debate me? Why? Ain't nobody paying attention? Please pay attention. I'm calling everybody out. All PhDs, everybody. Why don't they do it? They won't do it for money. They won't do it for clout. They won't do it to save their life. Why? Ain't nobody answering that question. Libra, will you please answer the question for him? Cause my ex, hold on, who my ex, Cass or whatchamacallit? Y'all don't think Lex be asking them? Lex, no. Cause if motherfuckers are reading, they're smart. See, the problem I got with these guys, some of them that are smart, like Jabari, he got books. They know. Some of them be tell you that they have found stuff out that'll help us. They're like, we haven't found it. And then they be like, well, we're just gonna keep this to ourselves. Or once again, they have an African mindset. I had an African mindset. I associated black with Africa, right? Anytime that we found anything black culture here, I was like, oh, this just Africa came here, right? Because I was listening to people like this right here saying that Africans came here 130,000, 250,000 years ago. According to the archaeology and stuff here, I was like, okay, this nigga shit here must be Africans. I didn't say, well, Africa is not a 200-year-old word, so how is it a 1,000-year-old word or 100,000-year-old word? You see what I'm saying? That didn't click for me. It's not clicking for these guys, or is it? Y'all said, like, listen, you're a part of it or you duped. Sorry. But why aren't these guys, the shit we are saying is so outlandish, it's to be low-hanging fruit for them. Why don't they want that smoke? It has to be a reason, yo. How about this? Why don't they even want us on their platforms, y'all? This is a real question. Y'all got to answer this question. Why the censorship is so bad for Aborigine community, but everybody's talking about the Aborigine community? How is that possible? How is that really possible? Everybody got their surfboards out riding the waves. Motherfuckers was, come on, bro. Y'all was everything a couple years ago, and now they just the master Indian teachers running around this bitch. Ain't taught nothing. Nothing. Pull out a book that's coming from the people that they said that took their shit. How does that make sense to y'all? And then turn around and then kissing the ass of the pale skinned people who are Johnny come latelys. These are not no disrespect to nobody, but these people are kissing the asses of the pale skins who came here. So this would be the like in between. So once again, they talked about something about like all these people died. Where are the bodies? Where are the smallpox? Okay, what happened to all? It said 100 million, 90 to 100 million so-called Indians were killed here, right? Not by disease, not by getting punched on or cut up, shot, but just the pale skins coming here and breathing on us, and we all died, right? And so they was like, we got all this land here. We're gonna have to go to Africa and go get some more niggas and bring them over here. Now here's a caveat in this, right? Where are the bodies? Where are the bodies? What did they do with these 100 million? How about this? 50 million bodies. What did they do with them? Where are they buried at? Did the pale skins take out the time to make the mounds? Right? Did they burn them? Because they would have burnt down America to burn 50 million people. Do you know how hard it is to burn one body? You would burn down Sherwood Forest. You understand what I'm saying? You would burn down the whole forest trying to burn one body. Do you understand why I say that? Because fire has to get so hot. So 2 bodies is more water. 3 bodies, 100 bodies. You can't burn these people. They didn't have gasoline they was putting on them. So just throw the burning out the door. They didn't burn 50 million people, 100 million people. They didn't burn these people. So stop that. They didn't bury them because America would be fucked up. The waters, the everything would have been contaminated with the smallpox, with all the diseases that they had.
Check
so you didn't bury them.
So
Yes,
I'm
sir.
trying to figure out, how did they get the smallpox on the blanket?
Man, they had suits.
Did they have a barrel of smallpox, or did they have a bottle of smallpox? I mean, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Did they spray it out of a? I mean, what the fuck, man? That shit is just
biohazard suits, nigga.
Right. You know what I'm saying? What did they do? Just cough on the whole blanket? I mean, what the fuck, man?
It's crazy, yo. Y'all gotta make it make sense.
Could that shit live out in the atmosphere? You know what I'm saying? Like
original
it's crazy, bro.
Paleo-Negroid Africans. Check this guy right here. The original Paleo-Negroid Africans. Shit. Mixed into the Mongoloid population, modern day African Americans are not the Paleo Africans and Afro-Olmecs.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah, this guy right here is the worst. Hey, original African, just let me know this. Are you an American? Are you actually descendant? Are you from the continent of so-called Africa? And if you are, where are you from? Who are your people? What are you talking about, sir? With all these concepts and terms that you're talking about. You don't know what paleo means. You apparently don't understand what Negroid is. And now you're talking about Africans, okay? You know that African is not an ancient word. And if you don't know, Mongoloid was created in 1869. Oh, that's a part of out of Africa, theory of evolution. So when you start talking about Homo sapiens, sapiens can only be here at a certain time period, and Homo sapiens and Homo erectus, and you start talking all these things. Once again, you're talking social Darwinism, aka eugenics, sir.
And
So
not
what
only that,
everything that you're talking about, bro, original African, you suck, fam. I don't know if you got, obviously got a channel. I don't know if you're putting out any information, but if you do, it sucks. Everything that you're talking about absolutely suck. But you about to say something, bro. I had to say that, man. Like, that's the worst conversation ever. Afro Omics. I never heard that one yet. Afro Omics, bro. This is amazing. What has happened? Bro, what did he say? Negro African skeletons were found in the Americas. Okay. They're not Africans. Who said they?
Think
about
I
it.
need to know this, Steve.
Who said they was African?
What makes them African?
Yeah, what makes them Africans, brother?
I need to know. What makes them African?
They just said because they're Negroid, they make them African, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know African is not an ancient word, so he should know that, right? He's the original African. So what is the original name of? Don't tell me Al Cabalon either. So I'm gonna cut that off. So I'm gonna stop letting y'all say dumb shit out y'all mouth. Please give us what the people on the continent of Africa call their landmass before they was colonized, brother. That's a simple question. You're calling yourself the original African. You should. Hopefully, you have done this type of research and talked to some people from the continent and done these things, because we have, brother. See what I'm saying?
And
come on, bro.
If you claim you've been there, but another thing too, I mean, because they claim that they have their culture intact for thousands of years, uninterrupted.
Hey, listen. So, original African. If you're American, right? Do you think our skeletons right now, you could lay them next to Africans and tell us the difference? Like, you literally could tell our skeletons. You can look at our skulls right now and we can say we different people, bro. Like, what is you saying right now? What is happening? The whole planet was inhabited, and China was inhabited by niggas first, but they not Africans. Well, check this out. That's been debunked. Everything that y'all saying, Europe is literally 9 miles from so-called Africa. They not Africans? Well, who are the Etruscans? Who are the Grimaldis? Who are all these people? Like, they're not Africans? Like, yo, you gotta make this make sense. And we are thousands of miles away. We have older culture, right? We have older structures. We have invented everything that Africans is using. And then y'all gonna still turn around and say that we're Africans. Make the original African. You gotta make that make sense, brother. You can be original African all you want. Like, we're not shitting on nobody, but we're original Americans, and we're the greatest. We're the best. We're the best people on the motherfucking planet. And listen, if anybody's listening to me around the world and you're offended, fuck you. Because you wouldn't be able to listen to this shit unless it was for the inventions of American Aborigine. Okay? Period. Your ass will be, probably wouldn't even have candles to blow out tonight. Some of y'all can't listen to this because you don't have fucking electricity tonight. Why are y'all having this conversation with us? How are we having even a comparison? And you can't be in America talking about you. It's like niggas that be out here in Vegas for 30 years and they 33 years old and they 30, right? Been out here for 30 years and be like, man, I'm from Chicago, man. I love Chicago. Chicago better than Vegas. They got better meat sausages and better chicken sandwiches and right. And I'm like, motherfucker, why are you here? It's like I'm asking you guys, if anywhere else, China, Cambodia, Laos, Ireland, if y'all think that shit better than, don't be saying that here. Go home and do it and say it. Go over there and get on the dole. Don't be over here acting like y'all not on the dole over here. That's welfare. Okay? Don't do that to us. Stop pushing that we're welfare kings and queens when that we are conservative people. That was a system that was created for the pale skins, just like the prisons was created for the pale skins. Don't keep the yes. Economically, they have changed in the last 60 years. They have changed business, changed how we made it to where somebody would think, okay, leaving 500 acres, right? Because it's a lot of hard work, right? Leave that and then go to Gary, Indiana, and work in a steel mill, live in a little bitty ass house on a 10th. Now you don't even have an acre. Your neighbor's houses, you can't even walk between the houses. You're digging what I'm saying? No backyard, no front yard, and that's better. That life is better than 500 fucking acres in Alabama, Mississippi, based off of what? Black exploitation films, based off of somebody saying that that's Bama. Like, think about it. Think about that living in today's time. Of course, it was harder back then. Everybody was coming from an agricultural society. But once again, we left our wealth and gave it to them. That's when we showed that video last night, breaking down the land grants that these people got. That's what Dr. Martin Luther King was talking about 100 years later. Okay? This is what we're fighting against. We still fighting against them holding on to power. We still fighting to be in the NFL. All this other dumb shit. All these things to build. We can't wait to go build y'all shit up. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's a mindset. Who gave you that mind that you have? See, freedom is free. You don't have somebody thinking for you. Nobody downloading information in you to make you think a certain way. Like this guy said, oh God, the roots of jazz is within African slaves, Cuban and African slaves in the Congo Square in Louisiana.
And those dinosaur bones are also real.
So listen. So the murals with full band ensembles, right? That are BC time, sir. And all the things that we found all through the Americas. You're gonna say that Congo Square predates that, sir? Like we've been. Like, come on, fam.
Did he just say that?
Africans, is there ever an African?
Did he say that
jazz
Africans
musician?
invented blues? Is that what he just said?
Said
is
jazz.
it any African today singing blues?
I never even heard
of it.
Is
Is it any African ever that sung the blues?
Ever or jazz? Are they in jazz? Do they do jazz?
If they play jazz, they playing Marcus Miller. They playing George Duke.
Africans. These are Africans, right?
You know what I'm saying? This shit is crazy, bro.
What is happening? What is happening? We are the original people here, man. Gumbo, a great African American dish, is African.
Oh God, man!
Is this real? I can guarantee you have never ate Nigerian gumbo or Ghanaian gumbo or Liberian gumbo or any gumbo from over there, bro. What is happening right now? What are you talking about? That's like saying you had some Nigerian fried chicken, my nigga. Like, come on, man. Like, come on, this all-American culture, bro. Like, what is happening for you guys, man? Hey, bro, you might not even be melanated or carbonated. You might be playing original. I don't believe that you real. Shout out to Trimmer in the building. Hey, bro, you playing over there. What the fuck is a great African jazz musician? I never heard of him, so he's not great at all, sir. What you talking about? Like, no, he's not. And if you ask him who is his influence, he's not gonna be like another ancient African jazz musician. That nigga gonna be like George Duke. What the fuck? Are you? Wait a minute, sir. What is wrong with you? What is happening? What is happening? And he's probably in America. That's the only reason I heard about it. This is crazy. Ricardo, what is happening to these guys? They're not cooking gumbo in Africa. No.
Man, y'all not taking none of our shit, man. Look, y'all not taking credit for none of our shit. Y'all can just forget that shit.
Next thing you know, they invented basketball, football, and baseball, everything in Africa, bro. Like, come on, fam.
We ain't not extending credit like that. No more credit extensions, motherfucker.
Wow, this is
You know what I'm saying?
amazing, man.
Shit is crazy, man.
What
The
what?
world is eating off of our inventions. The whole world is
Everybody.
eating off of our shit. You know what I'm
This
saying?
is amazing.
And that's why it's such a coordinated effort, is because we feeding every goddamn body. That's why they breaking their necks to get here. And that's why they breaking their necks to keep us in this delusional state of indoctrination, because they're being fed from it. They eating off our shit. Most people be living in a goddamn stone age if it wasn't for us. And that goes for everybody. No exceptions. You wouldn't have no goddamn air conditioning. You wouldn't have no lights. You wouldn't have no TV, radio, no internet, no nothing. Fucking horse and buggy. Tired of playing with y'all, man. Y'all wouldn't have shit. And all you doing is talking shit. All of y'all need to be on your goddamn knees. Praying to the American gods. You worship us anyway. Got everybody running around trying to be us. That's worship. Everyone want to talk all slick. That's worship.
Well, Libra, man, we're gonna get ready to shut this thing down, my brother. Got any last words you want to say?
No, man, this for everybody, think with your natural mind and not with your artificial mind. Maybe you'll learn something.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We got this declaration queued up. We can get out of here with the declaration. Hold on one second. I'm back. You there?
Yeah. You got the joint on deck?
Should be. Yep. So it's about to play. Just a minute. This thing going, man. I want to say peace to everybody, man. Tapped in. If you haven't heard this before, it's called the Declaration of Reclamation. Libra, you want to talk about it before we come on?
It'll speak for itself.
Okay. Yeah. Press that good bean footage. We're going to get up out of here, man. I want to say peace to everybody, man. We'll probably be back tomorrow, man. You already know what we do, how we do it. Declaration of Reclamation. I want to say peace to everybody, man. Once again, no foul, no harm, no foul, man. But we had to check out Dr. Clyde Winters and them. And once again, that's no disrespect at all. We definitely respect the work that he has put together, and as well as Philippe Shock Matthews. So shout out to those brothers, as well as everybody else, man, that come out here, man, and support us, man. So once again, like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. Support the real. Just play whenever you're ready. We out of here. Peace and love.
The first Americans' Declaration of Reclamation of Our Identity and Natural Rights. This declaration, dated the accepted and amended July 4, 2019, is in response to the intrusion, genocide, gentrification, indoctrination, and reclassification of the over 100 million strong original peoples of North, Central, South America and adjoining islands over a period of 4 or more centuries. The American Aboriginal peoples described in this declaration are hereby declared the free peoples of the so-called Western Hemisphere in the Americas, meaning clear of obstruction, unrestrained in movement, liberty of action or expression, not holding strictly to rule or form of nations, not subject to foreign rule or to despotism, based on principles of civil liberty, sense of given without cost and free of charge and cost. This declaration do not include the so-called Native Americans, Africans, European, Hindu-European or Asian descendants, only the American Aborigines and mistakenly the American Negro and their descendants. The Anti-Defamation Against the Autochthonous and Aborigine Americans and Natural Rights Act. We, the original and autochthonous peoples of the commonly known area of the Western Hemisphere, aka the Americas, retain all of our rights. Due to the colonization of the land and seas of the area commonly known as the Western Hemisphere to include but not limited to North, Central and South America and the surrounding islands. The original peoples of these lands have been systematically gentrified and misclassified as descendants of black racial groups associated with Africa, i.e. mulatto, Negro, colored, black, and African American. There have been countless wars, crimes and other atrocities committed against our people that need to be redressed and corrected by the U.S. governing body, including but not limited to identity correction, land appropriation that is held in trusts, travel rights and the return of artifacts and the right to self-govern. Article 1. All so-called black people in the Americas are not descendants of Africa, and this misclassification of our identity, i.e., colored, Negro, Black and African American, is the result of social programming and indoctrination and is not and will not be accepted by the autochthonous people in any manner, whether it be personally, socially, politically or so-called, legally, and any attempt to continue such reckless behavior will be seen as a conspiracy to commit a fraud, a hate crime, and defamation against the original peoples of the Western Hemisphere under international law and the American Constitution. The U.S. corporation, its nation-states, affiliates and sponsors have been committing many sorts of crimes against the original or Aborigine people of this land without as much as one warning for the genocide, rape, lynching, displacement and scientific experiments. There are many documented cases. The list of nefarious and criminal activity is almost too long to imagine, and there must be an accounting and remedy for. By our estimates, the greatest majority of so-called white African and European descendants in the U.S. believe that the original or Aborigine people misclassified as black were all brought here on slave ships by their ancestors, not realizing that we were here long before their ancestors existed, and the only reason that they believe the lie is because of the great effort to cover up factual history. Article 2. There are millions of acres of land held in trust by the governing bodies of the Americas that are the birthright of the original or Aborigine people of the land, and we demand that such land be returned in good faith, and without obstruction, harassment, or oversight. Since the original or Aborigine people have been systematically removed and gentrified from our lands by fraudulent practices and intimidation, we feel it would be in the best interest of all involved to give back our land and allow us to live in peace. No exceptions. Article 3. We, as the original or Aborigine peoples of the commonly known as the Western Hemisphere, including but not limited to the Americas and surrounding islands, being of sound mind, body and spirit, reserve all rights to self-govern to the best of our ability without the need for regulation, obstruction, oversight, or harassment from the governing bodies. We will operate as a responsible autonomous nation, and all treaties, trade agreements, tariffs, etc. thereof on our land must be approved by us alone. No exceptions. Article 4. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples of what is commonly known as the Western Hemisphere, reserve all rights to travel anywhere, any time of our choosing within Western Hemisphere without obstruction, harassment, corporate identification, or citizenship of any state-sponsored territories. No exceptions. Article 5. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples, have been subject to what is commonly known as paper genocide or paper terrorism by the U.S. state, local governing bodies, and their affiliate Masonic partners / Order C. policy writers / enforcers, and other corrupt actors. We will no longer accept your aggressive and in most cases detrimental paper / computer rulership in all of its forms. We are the original free peoples of the land, aka the 1st Americans. We are not and will not be your citizens nor property in any form. Assaulting and attacking our people on an individual or group basis by anyone, including your citizens, your policy enforcers, or any of your cooperate partners or affiliates, will be considered a hate crime and will be dealt with as such. No exceptions. Article 6. All Aborigine man, woman, or child have a natural right to protect themselves in any circumstances, and any attempt to deny this right will be dealt with in the most severe manner possible unless deemed otherwise by the appropriate counsel. No exceptions. Article 7. No Aborigine man, woman, or child can be enumerated, taxed, or brought into any other judicial or administrative body other than an Aboriginal council. No exceptions. Article 8. No Aborigine man, woman, or child are part of any so-called sovereign citizen or extremist group or movement of any kind, and any attempt by any individual, group, organization, or governmental agency to connect us to any will be considered a hate crime and defamation. No exceptions. Article 9. All Aborigine men, women, and children are free-born living beings and cannot be considered, identified, or treated as property or dead by the U.S. government or any other entities anywhere on any land, air, or body of water. No exceptions. Article 10. No Aborigine men, women, and children can be used as debt or collateral by the U.S. government or any other entities anywhere on any land, air, or body of water. No exceptions. Article 11. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples of the so-called Americas, retain all rights to any and all resources that we deem necessary to sustain life, liberty, and the development of our people in any and all regards without obstruction, harassment, or oversight by any entity other than an Aboriginal council. No exceptions. Beats.
A lot of y'all pseudoscientists, you be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can rot in there. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin. Guilty without no evidence. All natural. You know me. Jury, it's on me. Swagger, you matter. That's making me chase a fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all non-ether powers, I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the wind again. Tell a friend, we going in. Our skin still ain't kin. Y'all heard the tribunal? They sweat us dead like funerals. Winning record like 2-0. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you pitiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We over here lit. You know fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate sophistics like shit. Whole system ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You ain't gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Should've had a scene, do the right thing. Carbon based thing, let freedom. I don't want 48 cause I got 40 haters. Saving myself, I don't need no savior. Say what you want, just save it for later. I don't wanna save, I'm no lifesaver. I don't even know you stranger danger. If you gon' smoke, I'm no park ranger. Not the online type, do me that favor. Everybody tribe up, had to be major. These G don't play with me, I don't got patience. I need some gases that only see agents. Beta is your fragrance, I come from the ancients. All this division is lame shit. I was telling my lead G the same shit. Get you something to play with. Real Indians ain't it. My files be flagrant. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists. You be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it. You can ride in it. I don't know who with me or against me. It be hard to tell. Chaos energy. I'm heated. It get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major.